comment, please approach the podium. We have a nice light system on there that'll count you down. Once you get to red, at that point, you got to stop. If you're joining us online, you will hit the raise the hand icon to raise your hand, and I will call on you. And then you will have your 1 minute there. If you're joining us via phone, you will hit *9 to raise your hand, and then you will hit *6 to unmute yourself once you've been called on. If you're going to give us public comment, please say your name and where you are joining us from, or where you live if you're here in person. Do we have anybody for public comment? Anybody online for public comment? We do not. So we're going to move ahead to report of the county administrator.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. I know that some of you have heard some of the narrative out there related to my personal compensation. And just to add some clarity to that discussion, I've asked our Executive Director of HR to provide you all with an update on my compensation over the last 4 years. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Executive Director Booth. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. So in terms of responding to the current administrator's salary history, Mr. Dill was promoted to the county administrator in November of 2016 at a base salary of $190,000. When I look over at the last 4 years, he has received the same compensation increases as every other non-union employee. Most of that has been non-structural in terms of year end, but he did receive the 2% in mid-2018, 2% in 19, 1.5% in 2020, 1.5% in 2021, and then the 2% in 22. So if we look at his compensation from the point that he was promoted to administrator to current, he's received a 9% increase over that time in terms of a structural increase. He did receive non-structural increases, again, the same exact increases that any other non-union employee receives. Based on his contract, the board has the ability to provide additional compensation, which has not happened. You do have the ability to do that. But in this case, he's received the same thing as every other non-union employee. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions? Well, I appreciate you clarifying that for us. So it sounds like it would be inaccurate to say that he's received a 30% or something like that kind of raise.
That is not accurate.
That's not accurate. Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. Well, do you have more for?
Thank you, Chair. That concludes my report.
Okay. Well, we're going to move on to report of the Board of Commissioners liaison. What you got for us, Peter?
As I will be giving the presentation later, I will save my report for then.
Okay. I am very excited about this presentation. We were talking almost a year in the making here. Yep. Okay. Hope everybody is as excited as I am for this presentation. All right. Discussion items. Here we go. All right. So, here at Working Session, we have a couple of topics that we focus on. And today we're going to be joined by Michigan Works. And let's get ready. Are we ready?
We are. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So, as you can see, I brought a whole posse with me in case, you all wanted to know a little bit more about us in depth. I chose to not be front and center as a servant leader. It allows me to display some of the wonderful talents that we have here at Michigan Works Southeast. So we have our Deputy Director, Misty Schulters. We have Johnny Epps, who many of you should know, who is our Washtenaw County Service Center Manager. We have Mr. Tom Robinson, who handles all of our business services right here in Washtenaw County. So I'm going to step out of the way after just a few slides and let them speak to the highlights of what we've done here in Washtenaw County. But I want to make sure that I thank you all for having us. We appreciate the coordination and the collaboration that continues to happen in this county. I get a special place in my heart when I present here as a county resident over in Superior Township. I'm thankful for the work that is happening on a daily basis on behalf of us residents.
Before you get started, I got to ask to make sure everybody has a mask on, because we do have that policy for within the boardroom. We all have to be masked.
While presenting?
There you go. Yeah, while presenting too. There you go. All right.
Yes, sir.
They get on me if I didn't enforce the policy, since it is our policy.
Understood. So again, thank you for having us. Shamar here, Michigan Works. I am the executive director. We're going to give you a look back over 2021. So the data isn't fully up to date, but this is our annual report for the program year 2021. So again, we represent 5 counties: Hillsdale, Jackson, Lenawee, Livingston, and of course, Washtenaw County. That equates to a little under 900,000 individuals in terms of population, but our labor force is 445,000 people, and we are constantly trying to grow that number. There's a number of ways that we'll get into and show based on efforts from the service center and business service efforts, so that we're representing both ends of the talent spectrum, both employment and career seeker services. About 12% of the population is below the poverty line. And our numbers are down from, in terms of ALICE, from 39% to 35%. So that's another area that we focus on, and not only our board work, but the individuals that we try and serve. About that 37% of our workers in the region travel more than 30 minutes, and 15% travel more than 60 minutes. And the reason we like to include that stat is sometimes we get caught up in county boundaries. We like to let our board leadership know that the average individual in the business, they don't see the same boundaries that we see. They need talent, individuals need employment and career options. So a lot of this, people are traveling in order to make ends meet. I wanted to take a second and thank our commissioners in particular who serve on our consortium board, Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner Shink, excuse me. I also want to give a special shout out to Commissioner Beeman, who had served in the previous terms. I'd like to thank them for their leadership. I'd like to give you just a slight understanding or insight into what that board is responsible for. So they administer our funds. All $12 million of the funds that come into our organization, that board is the administrator for, meaning they approve and accept the funds and are responsible for how those funds are delved out responsibly. They also serve as our fiscal agent. So any fiscal activity that is happening, that board is seeing it and approving it, typically at real time or post a reimbursement, but we still have wiggle room within the abilities of our operation to make adjustments on down the line. But we have a board meeting on Wednesday, and we have a lot to share with them this coming Wednesday, excuse me. They approve all of our contracts, whether it's with the service provider or a sub-recipient. The difference could be if we need someone to come in and give us technical assistance, they would sign off on that. Or if we have somebody actually like Work Skills Academy or United Way working with us, they see those contracts and approve them. They are also our employer of record. This is a unique distinction as of 2020 because we were third-partying out our employer of record and fiscal agent operations. We took all of those in-house on January 1 of 2020. So again, thank you to those board leaders who are allowing us to continue to function. And so Misty Schulters is going to get into the technical details of how we've been doing or how we did over the last year.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. So 2021 was really a year of rebounding for us from COVID. During 2020, we saw an 85% reduction across our 5 service centers of foot traffic. And a lot of that was with regards to just the closures and the transition to virtual services. And so these numbers are higher than that 2020 year for us, but they still aren't where we want to see them to be able to make sure that our customers, our job seeker customers and our business customers are connecting to be able to fill those open positions. And so you can see we served about 2,500 plus program participants, and that's through a variety of different funding streams that we receive. And you can see Wagner Pfizer being one of the largest funding stream that serves the most participants. And that is because that is the core of what we do. Anybody that comes into our service center, regardless of their income level or their employment situation, and a lot of our businesses are eligible for services through Wagner Pfizer. And then from there, we get into our eligibility type funding stream. So WIOA adult, youth, dislocated worker, those are all based on an individual's income or employment situation in order to qualify to receive services. Something new for us in 2021 was the Clean Slate Pilot Program. So that was about helping individuals with their set-aside application process. And so you can see we were able to serve 111 individuals, and that was in about a 6-month timeframe because that program came to us mid-2021 program year. So we were really excited about that, starting to see the fruits of our labor on the back end of that process, since it did take about 8 to 9 months to see those applications from start to finish. We also were able to connect individuals to over 2,200 jobs during that year and served about 478 employers. And so we were still excited about that high number of employers. And we are looking forward to 2022 where we're going to connect even more. A couple organizational highlights for us in 2021. We really strengthened our focus on industry collaboratives. And so those industry collaboratives, for those in the room that may not be aware, that's where like-minded businesses from the same industry come together and they focus on some of the challenges within the industry as it pertains to retaining and obtaining talent. And so we want to be at that table for those discussions so that we can help them with a lot of the tools and resources we have available. And one of those resources and tools are apprenticeships, right? We can help an employer establish a registered apprenticeship as well as connect job seekers to those opportunities so that they can earn and learn and not acquire a lot of student debt. In May of 2022, we hosted a huge career exploration event in our Lenawee County. So that's Hudson, Michigan, if you're not familiar, is right on the border of Michigan and Ohio, and they have a huge center for science and industry out there. And so we brought roughly 30 employers there. And we had in the front half, we opened that up to undecided juniors and seniors who had an opportunity to speak to those employers really about the industry, not so much about the jobs. It wasn't a job fair in the morning. It was about, hey, tell me what it's like to be a chemical operator. Tell me what it's like to work in healthcare. And they had hands-on exhibits for those students to explore. But in the afternoon, knowing that we have employers that have positions that need to be filled today, we transitioned it to more of a job fair and invited our job seeker adult population in. And so they were able to then converse with those employers and make those connections. And I'm sure most of you are familiar with Summer Works. It is a capstone program for Washtenaw County. And so we had a really great year this year where we were able to go back to those in-person work experiences and not have to navigate a virtual world, right? So we were really excited about that. And along with that is the My Internship Prep. So that's a 4-week course where we invite our youth age. Most of them are just graduating high school, maybe a little bit older, and they go through a program where they can learn about how to prepare a resume, how to show up to an interview, how to have a conversation, right? We're always down looking at our phone or touching on the computer. And so this program exposes those individuals to those kinds of skills and to employers every Friday. So they also get that career exploration. And we're now going to have Tom Robinson, our business services manager, step up and share some information.
Would you use that for me, please?
Drive?
Yes.
Drive.
Thank you.
The only person that's ever told me to drive.
So thank you, commissioners, for having us this evening. My name is Tom Robinson, and I'm the business service manager for Michigan Works Southeast. And our mission is helping local businesses build resiliency by connecting them to services that lead to a better future. And how do we do that? We do that by providing training opportunities, apprenticeship expansion and development, which is, as Misty said, a major focus of ours this year, and we're excited to tell you about some of the accomplishments we've had there. We are working on building and participating in regional business collaboratives or industry-led collaboratives. We will help businesses post jobs and source talent and other additional services such as job description writing and those things. Thank you, Misty. So Young Pro Talent Fund is one of our training grants that we administer for the state. It is a state competitive award program. They don't like to use the word grant program, but award program. And last year we had over 700 jobs created, $3 million awarded, and 1,300 employees trained. And specifically here in Washtenaw County, we had 18 employers participate for $752,000, which is one of our largest award pools in the 5-county region. We get a lot of participation from Washtenaw County businesses, and we appreciate that. Another tool we have is the Incumbent Worker Training Program, referred to as the IWT. Last year, we had 16 trainees complete that training through that grant for a total of $12,919. Another tool that we have in our toolbox is the on-the-job training program, often referred to as an OJT. And here in Washtenaw County last year, we had 18 of those grants awarded for a total of $54,000. Another one of our largest participation rates in the 5-county region.
Before we move on, maybe give a little insight into our OJT. Are you as commissioners familiar with OJTs?
Great questions, and I'll back up to IWTs as well. So forgive me for using the jargon and not explaining. So an IWT is an incumbent worker training program. So if an employee has been with the organization for 6 months or more, they would qualify for that training if it led to a stackable certification in their business. And an OJT program is an on-the-job training. So if a business reaches out to us or we reach out to them prior to them placing that person in the new job, we can train up to 400 hours or 50% of 400 hours of that training plan that they allow us.
So it allows for them to recoup that training cost of onboarding new talent. Thanks, Tom.
You're welcome. So apprenticeship programs. So this isn't new, but it certainly has been reinvigorated in the last year. We are proud of our accomplishments there. We are reaching out to the 5-county regions here in Washtenaw as well, talking to business about apprenticeships, holding information sessions. And we're getting a lot of inbound calls too, people calling us about apprenticeships. It seems to be a hot topic in the workplace right now. And what we've done last year is we have worked with 3 different businesses to accomplish 6 different new apprenticeships in the region. And we have a number of those in the works. Next slide, please. And we are currently working with 8 additional organizations in the 5-county region, 7 of those here in Washtenaw County. And we are finding what's really exciting is some non-traditional apprenticeship programs, such as the winemaker. And we are working with a window washing company. So you can be an apprenticeship to do window washing. And if it's different and unique, if you know somebody who has a business or is talking about an apprenticeship, please have them reach out to us, because nothing is out of reason when it comes to apprenticeships today. Thank you. Collaboratives. So that's another new area that we're excited about. We are either pulling up a seat to existing collaboratives to see how we can help them facilitate their mission or their goals, or we are looking for niche areas to where like businesses who have similar problems can come together with a common voice to accomplish or solve problems. And so we're working on those 2 things right now, where we're either sitting down at the table with an existing collaborative or forming new ones. Some of the collaboratives that you have active in your county here are the manufacturing collaborative, where there's 3 employers involved in that, and that is led by Diversity Engineering and JAMA. JAMA is an association in the Jackson area. We have the retail and hospitality led by the Washtenaw Convention and Visitors Bureau. And something that we're really excited about is a healthcare collaborative here. There's 4 employers in that collaborative, and the lead employer there is a Home Watch Caregivers. And that's been in partnership with WCC, where we have actually gone through the entire process, pulled the collaborative together, developed a curriculum with WCC, which took a 20-week certification, knocked it down to a 10-week kind of boot camp and through customized training funds. Those employers are now getting new hires, productive in a shorter period of time for that collaborative. So that's a success story that we're proud of, and it's ongoing. Thank you. We also do talent sourcing, as we mentioned, and we have done a number of Employer of the Day events at the Service Center here in Washtenaw County, managed by Johnny here, and he'll speak in a moment. And we've done 6 of those. You can see the dates and times of those this year, and those are the organizations that we've done those with. And that is when an employer comes into the service center, sets up a table, and job seekers or career seekers that are coming into the service center can sit down with them, talk to them about employment, maybe do an on-the-spot interview or fill out an application or schedule time for an interview later on. And success stories. So there's an organization, Haley Mechanical here in Washtenaw County. we have a lot of engagement with. They are an HVAC business serving the Washington region since 1998. They have extensive use of our OJT training program. Last year, they trained 5 different people who participated in that program for a total of $15,000. And we do a lot of work with them on the Going Pro Talent Fund program as well. Just today, I think I processed close to $50,000 of invoices for their awards that they received through the 2021 Going Pro Talent Fund program, and they're active in the 22 program as well. Thank you, Commissioners.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. If you don't know me, I know most of you all. My name is Johnny Epps. I'm the service center manager for our service center in Ypsilanti. So thank you once again for having us this evening. I'm going to highlight a few of our job seeker services from the past year. Our service includes resource room services. Individuals can use our computers for job search, job postings. They have access to our phones, fax, and copiers. Also to our MI Talent, professional development classes. We have resume building, interview preparation, application, and we offer these workshops virtually. And now we're offering these workshops in person also. Career and education training, we have the MI Talent, career guidance and support, training services, support services, assessment services, and GED and adult education. With our career and education, customers will come in and they will work with a career advisor, and the career advisor will work with them on their career needs. We don't want to say find them a job. That's an old term we like to use. We want to say we want to put them in a career. So that's one thing that's very useful and ongoing in our service center. We have local information to high demand careers. Time and this crew works with our crew to talk about these high demand jobs that's available in our area. Wage information, common overview, and occupation. We can compare someone want to come in and say, hey, I want to be a beekeeper or something. We can give them other examples or other occupations that's similar to that or a career that makes a little bit more to help that individual out. So here's a success story. This young guy came in our center, he was a returning citizen. He was like, hey, Mr. Epps, I come in, I was told to come here to talk to you. I want a career. The career he was looking for was CDL. He wanted to drive trucks. Coming in, he had a lot of different barriers. But working with our career advisors, we was able to get this individual into his CDL training, passed his test, and now he has a job and he's doing great. So here's a little something that what he said. Michigan Works worked very hard to get me into the truck driving training. And as an out-of-place worker, I'm extremely grateful. And I will never forget all they did for me. So this guy, he still come in, he will call me every now and then just to let me know, hey, Mr. Epps, I'm still doing good. I'm still working, and just to thank us for all the hard work we did for him. Another success story is Michael Ferguson. She wanted to get into the summer works program. Things happen, we do, but we was able to place her at our service center to do the PWE. Not only she did the PWE, but she was active as a Western Michigan student, working and doing classes over the summer while commuting to Kalamazoo weekly. She kept this up, completed her summer courses, and now was recognized at the year-end program for Michigan Works. She received an award also. And so that was a good example of good work-life balance. Not only that, she's back at Western right now, staying on campus, and looking forward to come back home next summer to be with us next summer. So I want to highlight those two individuals that we helped. So impact at the local level. Summer Works, with the collaboration of Michigan Works, they serviced 77 youth and had 34 local employers that employed these youth, with wages averaging between $10 and $12 per hour. We also partnered with Michigan Medicine to assist with job seekers with resume and mock interview prep for a hiring event they have in October. And some of our community outreach that we're doing in Washington, we're working closely with Ypsi Housing Commission. We're going to these 4 housing units to provide them services about what we can provide. Long are the days when we expect individuals to come to us. We're going out to the community taking this great work we're doing out to the community. That's it. Thank you.
All right, so we only got about 40 more slides to go here. But seriously, we wanted to talk about collaboration in terms of how we see this body helping us. One of the ways is,
Sorry, I'm driving.
no more driving. You've been driving. Thank you. Seriously, I appreciate it. So what we are looking for, yes, we provide a service here in Washington County, but bigger picture, we're looking for you as the leaders of this community to be able to help us. Those numbers that you saw early on are nowhere near where we were at pre-COVID. And so we're going to slowly start to work our way back up, but we know similar to that, I don't do this work alone. I have a great team. We look at you all as a team that can be able to go out and spread the word about who we are, what we do, and how we can help. So if you know of a business in need, please send them our way. We're going to have some contact information for both Johnny and Tom. Or if you see me at an event, you can always bend my ear about needs that our community has. The same goes with career seekers and anyone that has a major project going on. So some of you know the work that I do over with My Brother's Keeper. I sit on a couple of different boards here locally, but it's partly my personal passion, but I also want to make sure that work of Michigan Works Southeast is infused in our community across the entire county, not just some of the urban core, but there's need across this county that we're learning about. And so just keep us in mind, please, as we foster and try and thrive off of a collaborative atmosphere. So if you have any questions for us, here's our contact information. We truly appreciate the time. And if you have any questions for us, we are all here to answer as many questions as possible.
I'm sure there are questions. Thank you again for the presentation. I always like that you bring a team with you, and I really like that blazer. Commissioner Sanders, you have a question?
Let's see. Executive Director Herring, could you explain, just share with us the difference between Washtenaw County, Michigan Works and the other counties that you represent, as opposed to, it appears as though we are blessed with more resources to be able to help. So I just wanted you to speak to why that is. There's a reason that our Michigan Works is, I don't want to say better equipped, but maybe has greater opportunity to help our residents than maybe some other.
If I think I understand what the question is, and please guide me if I'm off base. One of the things that Washtenaw County is rich in is resources, and not in terms of dollars. There are, as you all know, as the leaders, there are organizations here. I say if there's an issue, I believe there's an organization that's trying to address it here in Washtenaw County. So that allows Johnny and his team and Tom and his team to partner up in a more succinct manner, opposed to in some of the counties, especially our more rural counties, transportation is an issue, access to services is an issue, and ensuring that there is a collaborative spirit to allow for those three areas to work simultaneously to help the individual. So that's one of the areas why I see Washtenaw County being so appropriately positioned as it is to ensure that our services are being delivered. But here's one thing that I want to be very frank about. We have a lot of work to do. We are self-attesting to the fact that we need to grow in a lot of spaces. There are houses and families that we are not meeting the needs of those houses and families. And so we want to make sure that as we continue to grow as an organization, we are meeting the needs of the residents of Washtenaw County.
Two quick follow-ups. One is related to, so that you gave a testimony of a young lady that worked in your Summer Works program. Are you given preference in returning if you've worked and done well in a particular summer? Not preference, but are you?
So there are some criteria that we use for Summer Works. As some of you know, that's my baby. I love Summer Works. Any employers on the line, we need to talk, because we need more employers to sign up to show our future workforce that they are serious about growing our talent pool here in Washtenaw County. But there are factors that are utilized to determine an appropriate split for summer works. It was intended originally to help those in 197, 198, in particular at in the Ypsilanti area. That is a major contributor. But also there are some factors such as how did you participate previously if you did? You know, we don't use factors like your grades because we know there are so many other factors that go into that. But the criteria primarily is where you live in terms of zip code and family income. But we have a wide spectrum. There is no, oh, your parents make too little or too much. But 75 to 80% of the young people are coming from basically Alice population households.
My last question is how would you describe your relationship with other entities that you might need to refer, you call them customers, your customers to? So let's say you have someone that comes in and maybe they share with you that they're having some mental health struggles. What types of relationships do you have with the service providers in our county that allow you to do referrals? Or, you know, how does that work?
As I am growing my leadership team, I'd like for Johnny to address that as he is the Washtenaw County Service Center Manager, not just Ypsilanti, but Johnny does work across the county. So Johnny, if you don't mind, maybe you can speak to some of the resources we utilize.
Yes, Commissioner, we work closely with different organizations throughout the county to help meet individuals where they're at. So if it's mental health issues, we work closely with Washtenaw County Mental Health. If it's homeless issues, we work closely with the Delana Center. So it's different other partners in the community that we work with to meet individuals where they're at. We work with HAWK. There's not an organization in the county that we have not touched or have not collaborated with or had not partnered with to help our customers in Washtenaw County be more successful. I like to say, you know, I can't go nowhere and the organization wouldn't know me. It's a good thing, you know, so we what we have to do and work with others, individuals to meet them where they at to make them successful. School districts, you know, law enforcement, you know, we touch everyone to work with everyone in our community.
Thank you.
And one piece that is across all 5 counties, and Misty may be able to jump in on this, is we have a toolkit. So an individual is coming in and they're battling homelessness or food insecurities. Our person who's a career advisor, if they don't know off the top of their head, they can quickly reference it in the toolkit. And we keep that up to date year over year so that the information doesn't become stagnant.
All right, other questions? Commissioner Schenk.
Well, it's just, was thinking I could make this into a question, but I think I won't. I'll just make it into a statement. I serve on the board of Michigan Works Southeast along with Commissioner Sanders, and Commissioner Beaman is an alternate. She used to be the liaison, and it's been a real pleasure to work with you and see you grow into your position and the board take on so many challenges and really meet them effectively and constructively. And I can see the growth that Michigan Works Southeast has had under your leadership, and I appreciate it. And I know that residents appreciate it too.
And we thank you, Commissioner, and we wish you the best as you move forward.
Commissioner Beaman.
It's a love fest of all of my board members.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question. So the issue of transportation came up, and that's something that really resonates with me, especially in my district, because we don't have a bus that goes west on US 12. And we have manufacturing, we have a new hotel that's going to open, and even Walmart is really desperate to get people to fill jobs. So have there been any discussions around transportation? I say this because further west in Manchester, we actually have a small bus that St. Joe put together to pull both employees and patients from Manchester to Chelsea, because even though that seems like a short drive, it's long and it's been very beneficial. So I just didn't know if anything was in the works or conversation.
So we can speak to some opportunities that we have as an organization. It's something that Commissioner Sanders has helped to propagate, but I think we need a little bit more, and Misty's gonna speak to it.
Absolutely. So one of the available resources to assist with transportation is our business resource networks. And so a business resource network is where an employer can purchase shares of time for a success coach that has connections with a long list of different resources within the community. They're typically a DHHS employee, so they're very familiar with the different types of resources. And so those business resource networks can come together. And if there were, let's say, 10 employers in the network and they were all facing challenges with transportation, they could pool together their resources to try to find a solution that would work for all of them. So first and foremost, I would think of a business resource network. And then some of our different funding sources do allow for a variety of ways to assist with transportation, from mileage reimbursement if their family members transporting them back and forth, to potentially auto repair if they had a car given to them and maybe, it had some under the hood issues, we could assist with fixing that. And, in rare situations, we may be able to purchase a vehicle for them.
Other comments or questions, anybody? I got a few. Commissioner Jefferson, you got one?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. Good to see you all here. I appreciate everything that I've experienced with you, especially in the last couple of years. There's a sticky point with our county road commission needing drivers, and I've also spoke to Cheryl, the director over there, and I spoke with Mr. Epps about that being something that could possibly be put into this program. But it seems, they need to have 2 years experience. And the offer that came from Mr. Epps to give the employees, if they got hired there, opportunity to be trained on the job. That discussion is a discussion that I believe it could be further explored because of the need that is there, especially since the workers haven't come back. And the need for drivers is heavy, especially in the winter. So I just wanted to put that there and let you know that that's a conversation that I see can happen. I know there's heavy duty trucks that are dangerous. 2 years of a training there would help deal with that. I mean, it's something that I have a passion for because the drivers have to be really trained. And so if there's a possibility of having that conversation again, we should bring that up and make sure that happens, because it's something to see the need not being met. And we have your employees and who are working with your customers to try and get them jobs. I know that there was a job that was just spoken of earlier that was given to one young man. There is a company that moved here that is going to do some work on the bridge. And so they were looking for drivers, and they are going to train those drivers even if they do not have the 2 years experience. So it can be done. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I'm sure Johnny as well as Tom duly noted that.
Other thought, Commissioner Machewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of playing off of what Commissioner Jefferson was talking about, what are the jobs that you see in demand? What does the future look like? Is it different now than it was 3 years ago pre-COVID in terms of the type of employees and jobs that are available?
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna beat a different drum than Tom. Tom's gonna talk to you about what he sees and what he knows leading up to today. My vision is for today and tomorrow. And if we're not talking about Industry 4.0, if every conversation we're having isn't around whether it's big data, cybersecurity, robotics, artificial intelligence, we are missing the boat. So you see my voice change. This is what I want to focus on now moving forward. Industry 4.0. If you have not heard of it, I beg of you to please look it up. It is everything from why you mention Nike shoes and then your feed is full of Nike on over to now you can order a pizza and in some places a drone is going to drop it off. It's here. It's not tomorrow. It's been here. It's been here. And so Shamar's vision is that we start to look at the jobs of tomorrow. But to speak to your point, Commissioner, I think Tom can tell you about some of the trends that he sees in employment.
Yes, we can. Commissioner, so to answer your question, it's not a secret, right? You know, all jobs are in demand right now. We get, you know, I personally get 2 or 3 calls a day for organizations that are looking, and I'm not exaggerating at all, for 50 to 100 employees immediately. But the highest demand region we're seeing is in healthcare and in manufacturing. And what's really a challenge for us right now is we are hearing from those organizations, particularly in the manufacturing arena, where they are, you know, turning down multi-million-dollar contracts because they're concerned about their ability to staff to those, or they have signed up for those deals and are having a hard time bringing staff on to meet the expectations of those obligations. So what we do is we can help them source talent through, you know, job events and job fairs. But the real solution, in our opinion, is coming through what we call talent pipeline management, where we're working with those organizations now to help them prepare students that are still in high school or in college to enter into those roles as soon as possible. But healthcare and manufacturing are the largest calls we get, the most frequent calls we get to help them find talent.
I suspect that healthcare was a big part of that. And,
Yes.
could you talk a little bit about how you prepare somebody to get into the healthcare field that doesn't have that experience? What that process is, what it looks like?
Yeah, I think the collaborative that we spoke about earlier with WCC and the long-term caregivers is the ideal model there. The rough number is that industry is about 16,000 people short of filling all their positions nationwide in the next 10 years. It's a lot of people. So what they did is a solution was, you know, they did not need a candidate who would be available for work 20 weeks later by doing the traditional CNA program. So what they did is they, you know, we brought together a collaborative of 4 different employers. It's open for others to join. In fact, there's discussion going right now with WCC to expand that collaborative. And they worked on a curriculum to take that 20-year or 20-week program, consolidate it down to 10 of the necessary skills that they needed to get into the role. And then from there, they could build on those 10 and build those skills while they were employed. So I think that's a good example of a collaborative effort to solve a common problem, to go from 20 weeks to 10 and accelerate the entry-level person into that role. So they're earning sooner and then gaining skills while they're in the role.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I do want to just speak to the talent pool, right? Because there's really only 2 ways we're going to grow our talent pool. That's whether we're in Washington or Hillsdale, it's the same. We're either going to home grow it or we're going to import it. Right now, we're not importing it. So we have to start looking at the ways that we are going to grow talent here. It's a supply and demand in a very job seeker heavy market. So how are we going to start to be able to prepare individuals for the jobs of today and tomorrow, the careers of today and tomorrow, knowing all of these other factors that are at play, right? Housing isn't going to get any cheaper. The cost of a cheeseburger isn't going to get any cheaper. We have to start to prepare people for the opportunities that are in front of us. And so it's going to be a collective effort, but I think we have the right people at the table to accomplish our goal.
Shamar, if I may. So just to add on to Shamar and my earlier comments too, you know, we are candid when an employer calls us and says, you know, we need 50, 100 people yesterday or tomorrow. We're candid. We always want to say yes. We share with them the tools in our toolbox to help them find and source that talent, but we are very candid about the results that we're likely to achieve right now. So what we've been doing is we've been shifting to making sure that organizations and businesses understand the importance of retention. And the tools we have in our toolbox today that can help them do that are the training programs that we talked about earlier. So if you're investing in your current staff, training with them, they're invested in you, you're investing in them. If you're not losing somebody, that's just a seat you don't have to fill or a position you don't have to fill in the future. So that's really what we're championing right now, are those training opportunities. Thank you.
And there's a proverb that I heard that I love about training your folks. The proverb goes like this: what if you don't train your people, right? Or what if you do train your people? If you do train your people and they leave, it's not that bad of a deal, right? But if you don't train your people and they stay, then there's an issue, right? So we prefer that you upskill your folks, because hopefully that will create job creation, because they're going to move up in the organization and others are gonna take those entry-level positions. But if you're not training your people, you're setting yourself up potentially for some heartache.
Commissioner Jefferson, I think I saw your hand.
Back of what Commissioner Jaszkowski was. Is there an understanding that you have? I know you're saying we have to train our workers, and that are important. But the interest of our residents, young and some old, is the skilled trades a problem to where it's just not enough interest to prepare for those type of jobs?
So I did an interview yesterday around a very similar question. And they asked, what is the one thing that needs to happen to grow the talent pool? I'll use the same sort of inference around the skilled trades. My answer was education. And it's not in the master's degree, PhD level education. Are we educating our families about these opportunities? Are we educating our families on the fact that, I'll be candid. When you think of a plumber, some of us have certain ideas. Many of us don't think about the plumbers who are in all of these new buildings and high rises, who are working on structures that have never seen or a person just yet, right? So how are we framing up these conversations? Do people understand what masonry work is? Do they understand some of these new opportunities around apprenticeships, whether it's a honey making apprenticeship on over to, again, some of the more traditional electrician, carpentry skilled trades? How are we getting the word out? Unfortunately, we can't use by law, by WIOA legislation, we are not allowed to use our funds to market, okay? We can do outreach, but we have to be very creative in how we do it and judicious about our taxpayers' dollars. But to me, the answer is education. How are we putting the word out and then getting the people into the spaces to be upskilled and make sure that they know what a pre-apprenticeship is and that it's available here, that they know what it takes. You hear 4,000 hours for an apprenticeship, you start to get a little worried, right? That's no difference than a 40-year degree. It's about the same. But you come out with tangible skills. I got two friends who have communications degrees and they are not in communications. If I'm a plumber or a pipe fitter, that's a skill I can take with me anywhere in this country.
All right, I have a few questions before we wrap up here. So this one might be really, oh, go ahead. Oh, I didn't see you. Sorry, Commissioner Scott.
I want to editorialize on that a moment and say that when the plumber comes to my unit to fix things, I always note that that plumber is making more than I am, who is at the top of the nursing scale. And he never denies it. It's a good place for people to go. So I appreciate the work.
Testimonial.
I'll take it with an additional one. My youngest daughter, she flushed the cardboard piece of the toilet paper roll down the toilet when she was little.
Mine too.
Right? So I snake it, no work. My wife's like, get this fixed. I call the plumber in. He looks, he jiggles the handle. You try snaking this. Yes, I did. He says, my snake is gonna go out into the middle of your yard. I said, okay, let's do it. I said, how much? $350. That's including the $75 for him to even step in the house. I said, okay, get started. He puts his booties on. I go and get my checkbook. I come back, he's taking his booties off. I said, did you forget something out in the car? He said, no, I'm done. I ask young people, who do you know who's making $300 and something in 3 minutes legally? Not very many people that you can touch and can train in that way. So I absolutely get it.
All right, moving on to my questions real quick because we got another presentation to get to, and this is probably a quick one. On the earlier slide around participants, there's about 1,000 more visitors than people served. Just curious about like what went on with those 1,000 or so people.
Yep, absolutely. So sometimes our visitors are coming in and they're just asking for questions and they're not necessarily enrolling into any of our program services. So that can allow for a little differentiation between those two numbers.
Yeah, so they still got something out of
We
coming
did,
in.
but it wasn't one of those, like, they may not have sat down and had an actual resume, designed with them. They may not have received training funds and enrolled in a program. So the service, they are question answered, they visited, they might have looked at our board, but it isn't anything that we would track under the employer or the
People served category. Got it. Okay. They were still served,
Yeah.
just differently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I also appreciate the comments around Industry 4.0. I think that's something that we could have more conversations about, particularly because we've partnered with Detroit Regional Aerotropolis around a lot of that kind of work. We've talked about drones and a lot of other things. That could be a great layer of partnership for all of us. So I guess I'll wrap us up by, what would you say to a person that has heard of Michigan Works, doesn't really know what, maybe they need the service, but don't really know what you guys do? What would you say to get them to come in the door?
There is not an issue on this planet that we cannot help you resolve.
I like it. All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay. Well, that was great. Peter, you ready to follow that up?
You mean following up, solving every issue that someone could possibly face? Maybe not quite.
It's a high bar. It's
that-
a high bar. I know.
But thank you, Chair. Let's get my screen set up.
We've been waiting for this one, guys. It's exciting. I'm excited.
So yes, I'm here to talk to you about a quick update on boards, committees, and commissions, authorities, councils, task forces. I think I got the main ones. But whatever you want to call them, we have over 25 here at Washtenaw County that different community volunteers can participate in. You all serve on a lot of these. You probably interact with a lot of these people. Last year, I remember in December, I believe Robert, Commissioner Hodge, and Andrew and I had a meeting about how can we make sure we're getting the most out of these bodies. And I've had similar conversations with many of you since then. So just wanted to give you a quick update on some of the work that has been done to this point and some of the work moving forward to make sure that these advisory bodies are as effective and efficient as possible at engaging folks and really fulfilling their goal of informing the work and engaging in this work. So I'm going to take us through a quick timeline. Starting in March, one of the first takeaways from that initial meeting was we want to clean up the current board list. Depending on where you went on the website, there'd be 3 different lists with slightly different groups. And if you clicked on some of them, you'd see that many haven't met for a long time or didn't actually exist anymore. So one of the first steps was kind of combing through this information, double, triple checking everything. I know the clerk, Robert, did a ton of work on that. And we brought a resolution that sunset 3 boards that no longer exist and remove 3 boards that are inactive. Not saying at some point that these boards aren't doing great work, but we want to make sure that the list is up to date so that when somebody who really cares and wants to get involved, they're looking at the updated list. And I included the title of the resolution just because I think that's kind of the point of all of this. It's increasing transparency and clarity on public engagement opportunities. Next step, and this is actually happening tonight, is we're updating the website to try and make it a little bit easier to navigate. So I'm actually going to give a quick live walkthrough of the changes. And during the walkthrough, Robert is actually going to go live with the website. So we'll see the difference in real life, and it's going to be live. So fun little demonstration. Right now, if you go to the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners page, you'll see these tabs across the top. And if you click boards, committees, and commissions, this is the menu that pops up. Very extensive, can be a little bit overwhelming. I have to go here a decent bit. I'm the staff liaison for the Commission on Aging. And even though I've done this several times, I still can't find the Commission on Aging sometimes. So one of the things we wanted to do was just clean this up. And then once you click through to that page, this is what that roughly looked like. Again, lots of information. can we make this easier for someone to understand? So if they're really excited about joining something, it's easy to find and easy to learn about, rather than clicking through a bunch of links. So yeah, Robert, if you want to push that live button. The wrong button. Right. Now what you're going to be referred to is a homepage that gives a brief description about the work, talking about how there are hundreds of volunteers on more than 24 bodies, and just about anybody can get involved if they want to. So that when they come to this site, let's say there's something they really want to learn more about, it's alphabetical and they can just scroll down to it. Let's say they want to get involved with the Board of Health, they can go click on it, gives information, click to learn more. So whether you're just perusing through the boards, and Zoom is in the way where I can't actually get back to where I needed to be. So now you can, it's much easier to navigate, find your board, click on it, learn a little bit more. And if you want to learn more, you can learn more. Another thing that has been added is while most of our boards come up in the fall for appointment, that's not always the case. But if you were to look for an open seat to see if there's any availability, because people aren't just interested in getting involved in the fall. Let's say in May, they're like, hey, you know what? I want to get involved in the county government. It's not always the easiest to find what is currently opening. So we made a page that lists out current openings so that when they apply for a board of commission using this new application, they know what's actively hiring right now. This application went live earlier this year. So now you can complete it right on the website. Pretty easy to complete. And you're able to just select which board you want to apply for. The final thing is, I don't know about y'all, but even as a staff liaison, when I first started serving with the Commission on Aging, I didn't know exactly what a board commission committee could do. And a lot of the people I talked to as I was onboarding them, because it was a new board, were also similarly confused. They're like, I'm excited about this. I don't really know what this is. So moving forward, one of the things we want to focus on is once we increase this kind of engagement, is making sure they have information. So there's also a resources page that gives some welcoming information, describes what a board is, describes what a committee is, and then gives links to more information. So what is OMA? What is an oath of office? What are bylaws? Just kind of one-on-one things so that when you enter your first meeting excited, you have the opportunity to do a little research ahead of time rather than come in, not really know what's going on. And then all of a sudden, by the time you know what's going on, a quarter of the year's already passed. So this is another tool that is hopefully going to help people get started on a good note. So that portion of the website is now all updated and live. I'm sure there will be some tweaking in the next couple of days. But now whenever somebody is looking for a board, commission, committee, authority, council, that is what they will see. That will be what their user interface is. So back to my presentation. I just have a couple more slides. And that's increased outreach. We can make a tool, we can make all the flyers we want, but if people aren't actually seeing them, that they're not really living up to the point of the improvements. So this fall, we're gonna do some additional outreach, try and get the number of people who are applying to diversify and grow. Some of the ways we're gonna do that is additional social media posts. I have a couple examples of what they're gonna look like. Email newsletters, creating flyers, that can be posted in the community, sharing them with our community partners. And then another thing that I think is really important is we can post all of this information on social media. We can send it out via email, but oftentimes the best way to reach people is go where they already are. So over the next couple of weeks and months, one of my goals is while we're in this recruitment period is to attend meetings and just tell people that this is an option. And if they want to learn more, to come talk to me after the meeting. So whether it's a neighborhood association, whether it's a municipality meeting, whether it's a collaborative meeting, I'm going to try and be all over the county in the next couple months. So if there are any groups that y'all have suggestions about, email me. I'll reach out to them, see if I can either be added to an agenda of their next meeting, or just share the information with them so they can share it with others. So that's this fall. And then finally, moving forward, I already talked about some of the new training materials for appointees, but that's kind of a first step. It's the handbook. I know we've talked about having trainings for both staff who are working on these committees, but also people coming in, whether even if it's just a come in for a couple hours, we'll talk you through some of the basics, get you set up with all of the paperwork. Again, so between that and the handbook, people are ready to go and be as effective and engaged as possible. And then also for staff who are working on these committees, we're asked a lot of questions. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't always know the answer. And I know who to call like right away. Not everyone in the organization who is a staff liaison might have that luxury. So we want to make sure staff have what they need to succeed and be able to fully support that board. So that's my presentation on boards, committees, and commissions. I don't know if you all have any questions, suggestions, ideas. Really, the main goal is to increase transparency, make sure people are engaged where there are great opportunities to be engaged. Because I'm sure you all know and love people who work on these boards, but we want to make sure that they're changing and that we're not always having the same people, but let's grow the number of people who are applying for these boards and serving on these boards. Because whether or not they're on the boards, knowing that they exist and that they can engage there, that's another place for people to go and talk about the issues that matter to them. So thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I want to thank you and Robert and Andrew for all your work on this. I know when we started the conversation last December, this is exactly how I was hoping that it would turn out. People remember, like, Peter was not joking when he said before we have 3 different web pages that list some subset of some of the boards and committees, and many of them were no longer relevant or just didn't connect to our actual work. Like, it was set up on the website where it made residents think that they could get appointed to the Michigan Township Association. Like that's just not a thing that was ever going to happen. So I really appreciate all the work that went into just setting that up and making these changes. And I appreciate the theatrics of doing it live during the meeting. Fantastic. Robert, can you talk a little bit about the training that you used to do with the city of Ann Arbor? Because I'm hoping that in the coming months, we can come back with a proposal to be able to flesh out what Peter just mentioned at the end there.
Yes, thank you. So with the city of Ann Arbor, my main job there was actually boards commissions. And there were 2 types of trainings. There was trainings for a large group of people appointed. So when the fall appointments, for example, we can have a couple trainings in January, February. They can be on Zoom, just kind of walking through, all right, here's what to expect with a meeting. Here's how quorum works. Here's how bylaws work. Here's how, attendance works. Here's where you can find bylaws. And those were optional for people. Participation was 25 to 50%, but they just kind of come into a meeting knowing what to expect. So they're not just totally at a loss for how to operate with parliamentary procedure. And then the mandatory training was for staff liaisons. And this was every time a staff liaison turned over. This is quite a large issue in the city and the county. If a staff liaison's there and they suddenly have to do draft minutes, for example, it's probably their, 3rd or 4th or 5th responsibility in their role. It's just something they do based on the department they work in. So I kind of sit there. It takes, an hour to 2 hours. It's not super intensive, but we just kind of go through, here's how draft minutes work. Here are your expectations for agendas. Here are the things that need to be on meeting notices to comply with OMA. And they kind of leave from that with a toolbox of templates for, draft minutes, agendas, OMA, and then kind of posting requirements and making sure that everything is in compliance with OMA. So we just have best practices moving forward with transparency. And that's something we're working on now that we have all the redesign live.
Excellent. Thank you. I mean, this is a fantastic way, I think, to make our government easier to interact with and more transparent. And hopefully this gets a lot more people wanting to engage with our boards and committees and commissions. Questions, thoughts from anybody else? Commissioner Morgan.
Just strong enthusiasm for the work that you're doing. I think this is great. And I think we all share the goal of making county government more accessible. And that means making it more understandable at the same time. Which, as you've identified, is often challenging. And so this is great. I'm really excited to see it, particularly the website piece, because it's really hard when people say they want to get involved and you say, well, great, here are all of our boards and committees. And it just, and that's what you give them, is what used to be there. So this is great. Thank you so much for doing it. Yeah, thank you guys.
Oh, Commissioner Shea.
Thank you. I have to say that even though I use our county website every day, I still find it a little bit confusing at times. So anything that we can do to make it easier to use, I appreciate it. I mean, part of it, I will say, is just that we do a lot. We do a lot here at Washtenaw County, and that's a piece of it. At the same time, what you've done will make it easier for people to access information to help them get involved, and I appreciate that. Thanks.
All right, yeah.
Two more things that I thought of while we all were speaking. And one thing I do want to emphasize, kind of like what Robert said, for a lot of people, this is fourth, fifth, sixth responsibility when it's their staff. So like when we looked at the website, it's no one's fault that the website currently looks like that. I think one of our goals is to make sure that every single part of the website is getting updated. We have some great people in our IT team who are working on that as well. And sometimes they're just individual pages that need a little extra work. And sometimes they can be simple changes. And this was a great way. And I think Robert did a great job with this. And the second thing is another related item is that will be coming out soon is another resource, this time for y'all and your work on boards, committees, and commissions. I know oftentimes a question will come up about, well, who serves on this board? Is it a voting member? How frequently do they meet? Another resource we're going to be building and sharing with you soon is kind of a summary of all of that information so that every time something opens up, it's not like, well, what am I currently serving on? Is it a voting member? What's the meeting frequency? Where are they meeting? Are they in-person, virtual? We'll have one place that kind of keeps a record of that in addition to all of the commissioners who have served in previous terms so that there can be additional resources. So I realize I talk about what's going out to the public, what's going out to staff. Just wanted to mention that we are working on something for commissioners who are appointed to the boards as well.
Excellent.
Again, big credit to Robert on that.
Big credit to Robert. All right. Anybody else? No? Okay. All right. Well, that was very exciting. Thank you. Going to move along into liaison reports. You may want to give a liaison report or you want to do it at the next meeting. Nope. Okay. Items for current or future discussion. Anybody? Pending items? We don't have any. Somebody want to move to adjourn? All right. We are gonna, all in favor? Adjourned. All right.
All right, Chair, we are ready to go when you are.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting for September 7th of 2022. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Mr. Mulcahy, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge,
Present.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Here.
Commissioner Labar,
Here.
Commissioner Machieski,
Present.
Commissioner Morgan,
Present.
Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott,
Here.
Commissioner Schenk.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, we have public participation, and each person has up to 3 minutes to speak. When it's your turn, please approach the podium and state your name and where you're from. And then the light will be green and turn to yellow, and then finally turn to red. And when you see it turn to red, it is now 3 minutes or past, and please sit down and then give somebody else a turn. We have a packed house tonight, so it's important that we all follow the time frame. And with that, I open up public participation. Welcome.
I live in Ann Arbor. Thank you. I've been curious about what's been happening at Safe House since the very serious problems were exposed this past winter. And there have been no reports in the media since then, so that I could find. So I did some research on Safe House and where it's at right now. I found the following things. Data regarding how many people are served has been removed from the Safe House website. There are still major unaddressed concerns, including lack of transparency. There were 40 applications for the executive director position, but they hired from the inside. Safe House staff who were known to be abusive and incompetent to the victims and children are still working there. There's conflicting information about service and availability across all platforms, including their website, the Safe House website, Google Maps, Instagram, and Twitter. If I myself was in need of Safe House services, and many who need them immediately, I would be confused by their messaging. This is one organization where it would be mandatory to have clear, consistent, easy to find information. And Safe House absolutely should be open 24/7. So my biggest question of all about Safe House that I haven't been able to find an answer to, are they still turning victims and children away at the door? I believe a few of you have my contact information. I'd welcome corrections to any of my statements. If I'm wrong about anything, I'd be happy to hear it. And I'd be back here to state those corrections at the next meeting. As it is now, I will reach out to more people to raise awareness of how things are not moving in the direction of positive change at Safe House, and quite the opposite. You are the only body with authority over Safe House, I believe. So that's the end, but then just a little PS for the 3 Ann Arbor representatives here. Please end the practice of funneling most of our taxes into Ann Arbor. The other parts of the county really need our tax money. And I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you.
So I just want to say after each person, we're not going to respond, but at the end of all the comments, people have the right, or our commissioners are going to be responding. Is there any other public comment? Yes. So if anybody, sorry about this, if anybody isn't wearing a mask, I think that at least before, we used to have masks outside the door. Please put on a mask for the protection and safety of everyone.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Nancy Hine, resident of Washtenaw County, as well as president of Local 3052. I know some of you quite well. So I would like to read a quick letter from one of my colleagues, a supervisor, fellow supervisor. You folks may have received this letter today, maybe not, but I wanted to read it out loud because it's very compelling. Dear Commissioners, employees are desperate for your support. We thought we had it in 2018 when you approved the compensation study, also known as MAG, for all county employees. This came after you approved a 48% increase for your own salaries. We are also aware that the current administrator's salary has increased significantly compared to previous administrators. Administration has also had many of the positions within the department and departments under the administrator see multiple reclassifications and reorganizations, increasing the pay of those employees. These increases trickle down to all county departments to pay support through the CAP, cost allocation plan. This results in an administration budget with no limits or oversight. This is largely due to the significant property tax revenues that come in over projections and above what was budgeted. As is evident, the county has been very conservative in its projections and expenditures. As a result, the rest of the employees have to suffer with no raises and sacrifice when departments can't hire as many employees because of their cap costs used to support administration. Now with MAG, the county is asking the most loyal, committed, and experienced employees to make a sacrifice for their longevity benefit. The county is singling out the long-term union employees as well. These employees have given many sacrifices to the county in dire times, and the county seems to forget those days. I was part of in 2011 when we gave up longevity. We never got it back. Longevity is a benefit to retain employees. That was one of the goals of the compensation study. I am writing to you from an employee's position and perspective. I am tired of the union representatives being called liars by others in the organization. That is untrue and defeats our entire purpose and obligation to our members and your employees. The unions would like to see longevity come back and be available to both union and non-union long-term employees. We are willing to negotiate this, but there is no willingness on the other side to even approach this subject to discuss. Solidarity forever.
Evening, Commissioners. My name is Mary Campbell, and I am 2733 AFSCME's local 2733's president. I am speaking tonight on behalf of my local. We started MAG, the MAG compensation study happened back in 2019 with the commissioners recognized that maybe the county employees were not paid at the relevant salaries that they should have been paid at. And the MAG study did come back acknowledging that, yes, a good portion of your employees were definitely underpaid. So, but then COVID happened and we've kind of put the MAG off onto the wayside. 4 or 5 months ago, we started negotiating MAG, and we've gotten no further 5 months ago today than we did when we first started. One of the very sore sticking points with us right now is that administration wants to take away longevity from the long-term employees who have earned that right to have longevity. And even though they want to take it away and roll it into their salary, in the long run, it does hurt them. And so if for some reason their longevity turns around and puts them over the salary cap or whatever their position is, they get red circled. And so they won't see another raise until the salary table actually reaches their salary cap where they're at. This is totally unfair. We don't think that in order to, they're saying in order that we have to give up longevity, otherwise they have to cut the salary cap that MAG suggested that they, I'm sorry, I'm doing this
kind of freewheeling it right now. In order, they want to cut the salary cap of all of the job descriptions if we do not give up longevity. Whatever MAG suggested, they want to cut that because they can't sustain it. But I look at the salaries in administration and what they come to and the increases that they get. And it, you know, what it was back in 2016, versus what it is in 2022. And it's doubled, actually doubled. So I'm appalled that we are having to fight for nickels and dimes and peanuts here, but the administration office does not. That raises go through 8% raises. Just recently, Greg Dill held a meeting with us that they wanted to do a reorg in their office and change the job titles of some of the people in their office and give them raises. And I spoke about that at another meeting. And then it was supposedly put on the back burner. So now today I hear rumors that come January 1st, no matter what, whether MAG's implemented or not, everyone in administration gets an 8% increase. So whether or not that's true, I'm still speaking out about it today because it's a rumor. And so that has us up in arms. So I just want to let the commissioners know, this is just something we want to stand up for our rights. And we think that we shouldn't have to give up longevity to do that, or we shouldn't have to cut the salary cap that MAG suggested to bring our county employees up to par, up to market value.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gina Van Dynen. I am a resident in Galt Village in Ypsilanti. What's up, Commissioner Hodge? I am also a supervisor at Washtenaw County Community Mental Health, Youth and Family. We have been experiencing a hemorrhaging of good employees because we cannot keep them due to salaries. We've had people go to Wayne County and earn $20,000 more for the exact same position that they were doing here in Washtenaw. We've had people stay in the county and earn significantly more doing the same work. And this term mental health crisis has been coming up more and more often. And we are at the front line of the mental health crisis doing the work. And right now, more than ever, we need skilled social workers and psychologists and therapists and counselors, and we can't get them because we are not offering competitive salaries. And the people who suffer most from this are our consumers, the kids and families that live in our counties. We have kids who have had 4 therapists in 4 months because people are just leaving and there's that amount of turnover, and that's not safe. We have kids who come in with suicidal ideations, and it takes time and trust to build those relationships. So having good seasoned staff stay for a long term is the benefit of our county as a whole. So I would just ask that the board really consider paying us all a livable wage. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Will Garcia. I am speaking in my capacity as chair for Unit A of ASME 2733. I can imagine that you folks are pretty confused today. Frankly, I am too, probably for other reasons. One reason there may be some confusion is why so many people all in the meeting today, as opposed to something that we could have sent out maybe in an email. We have relationships. Frankly, when you have a county administration that has targeted organizers with adverse employment actions, we need to be able to stand together, to have strength, and to be able to protect one another. Solidarity is our only way to get a good deal over the line. And that is frankly what we are here to do today. We are here because it's necessary, as unfortunate as that may be. Secondly, there's probably some confusion. I think a lot of people feel like the MEG study has been done, that this thing is circling third and heading home when we aren't even on first base yet. Just in speaking entirely candidly, in June of this year, the administration gave you all a list of proposals. One of those was a longevity proposal. Frankly, I can speak to this. Our contract was never opened up to even touch longevity. Even if I wanted to implement their proposal, which frankly I do not, and feel that it is disadvantageous for our workers. This is a cost-saving measure that to me makes no sense. Even if I wanted to do that, I can't, right? So for this to be gumming up a negotiation that is frankly necessary for all of our services, it's a real sticking point. I can also say that on June 27th, the county, or sorry, AFSCME 2733 unveiled 4 financial proposals. One of those would be a 7% across the board wage increase. Another one of those would be removing some low and underpaid classifications so that all county workers have a wage that lets them live in Washtenaw County. These are proposals that we felt would address the crisis and meet the needs of the moment. We need to talk about those. We need to be negotiating finances. That's what we were promised. That's what my members believe that they are entitled to. I think every single person who works for Washtenaw County, who is providing these necessary services, deserves to be able to live here. And this process turning into a war of attrition isn't going to serve any of us. So today we are standing in solidarity and would like to work with you. This isn't a situation in which we are trying to be any more adversarial than is necessary, but frankly, at this point, we are unheard. And we are asking for a pro-labor commission to be able to do some things that help out workers. I know you all, I know what you feel, and we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is D'Angelina Terrell. I live in Washtenaw County. I work at the Public Health Department. I know a lot of you probably talked to my supervisor and management about getting higher wages for the nurses, but I feel like often the specialists and the clerks are left out of that discussion. We are starting like less than $40,000 a year annually. Have any of you ever got paid annually less than $40,000 a year? So you know what it's like to struggle. When you see your car light on, you automatically feel a sense of panic because you're like, okay, this is gonna have to dip for my rent or my mortgage. That is what we're currently getting paid. Starting off as an EES, you get paid $34,390-ish a year. Other clerks I've seen are grade 15 and below, and all I can say is, how can someone or basically a unit can get paid so low when we do so much? I know a lot of clerks have felt, and specialists have felt, overworked, exploited, and honestly burnt out. At the Public Health Department, we've had a lot of turnovers between the nurses and the specialists and the clerks because a lot of people are feeling like we are doing a lot of work, a work of at least 3 people, and not getting paid or compensated that much. All I ask and implore is to look deep down, reflect a little bit, and think about what it feels like to live on a constant daily basis stress of worrying about, are you going to make your bills on time? Are you going to have to push them back? What state resources you're going to have to use in order to feed your kids and yourself. We serve a lot of low income and underserved community at the health department, and yet a lot of us are also a part of that community. So I just implore you to raise wages for a lot of our staff members who are doing a lot of work for the county and for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna follow up on that. Thank you. My name is Shannon Seeger. I am the AFSCME 2733 unit chair for Unit B. Will spoke on Unit A. Unit B comprises mostly everyone in the county that requires, their job only requires a high school diploma. Talking about our midline people, most of us have more than a high school diploma. We have several job classifications that are at high school diploma to keep our wage down at high school diploma, but they won't hire a single soul with a high school diploma. We work in the court systems. We work in tech field. They are not hiring high school diploma people. We have degrees, we're still getting paid. So when we talk about the $40,000 ranges you all used to work at, it wasn't in this economy that you worked at 40. And when you do work at $42,000 to $45,000 after our taxes as a single person without dependents and fringe benefits, which I thank you for my insurance, but I'm taking home $26,000 a year. I'm tired of talking about what my units people make on that chart. I want to talk about what's in their hands that they can actually use. It's $26,000 a year. Nobody can live on that. And we're not talking grade 11, 12, 13, 14. We're talking 17 and 18. We cannot survive on what one of the richest counties in the state is paying us. One of our job postings in the IT department is for the help desk. Our county maxes out where Jackson County begins that pay range. There's no excuse anymore. The board agreed we're underpaid. The MAG study agreed we're underpaid. We got supervisors fighting for 2% when we're 7 to 12 under market. It's unreal. And a lot of my members are like, we were told MAG was going to get everyone something now. If we went with a lower than market, we get everyone something now. Those people in the middle of those pay ranges aren't getting anything, especially if they move their classification. If you made yourself go up and you move to another department, you've been here 10 years, you're only 1 year in the class, you're not getting anything. And that's not fair to the people that are staying, that went through COVID. A lot of the people in the courts and the criminal system worked the whole time everybody was home. They deserve better, and they deserve it now.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Josh McAllister. I'm a retired sergeant in the United States Marine Corps, 2 Marines director. I want to thank you guys for coming out into the community and listening to the community for this community priority fund. I'm really grateful. We've been able to work with a lot of community members. I want to say a special thank you to Joanne McCullum and the new West Willow Neighborhood Association in West Willow. Without her, we wouldn't have had space to implement these programs that you guys are looking at. And a big shout out to Habitat for Humanity working in our community as well. And if given the opportunity, I'm grateful to work with you guys in these few years. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Chair, we do have 3 hands up on the Zoom call.
Okay, great. Thank you.
First up is Joanne McCollum.
Welcome, Joanne McCullum.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Joanne McCullum. I live in Ypsilanti Township, West Willow. I'm the president of the New West Willow Neighborhood Association, located in West Willow. I come to you today to tell you of the needs of my community. We have many needs. We have housing needs, healthcare, transportation, educational, and financial needs. People are struggling to take care of their families. Although the neighborhood association is strong and active in West Willow, the level of need is above and beyond what we can do. West Willow is the largest neighborhood in Ypsilanti Township, with around 1,163 homes and 3,000 people. And any help you can give us would be appreciated. We are also trying to find recreation facilities for our youth and could use help there. I want to thank you for giving me the time to speak. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Next up is T. Duck.
Welcome.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm here tonight to speak to you about fairness and justice. The people that are there tonight are there to talk to you all about fairness and justice, and it just seems like to be a pattern of injustice that continues to happen at the hands of our administrator. And I seen, and I guess it's not on the agenda tonight, but that you may be getting ready to put $30 million aside for projects for the county administrator. And unfortunately, you know, for me and the dealings that we've had with the county administrator, we just don't trust that. We believe that there should always be checks and balances, especially on that kind of money. So I hope I read that wrong and that you all and everyone else will have the say and decision, because really that's the people's money and the people should be deciding. We are tired of individuals continuing to make decisions for us without us. And that is a continuous pattern of this administration. And honestly, I don't trust the integrity. You know, there's a lot of things that have happened, and I will speak to each of you individually about that. But I believe that if you speak out against this administrator, you will be retaliated against. Not I believe, I know you will, because it happened to us. It happened to Survivor Speak, as in relates to Juneteenth. So for me, the continuous injustice that happens at the hands of Mr. Greg Deal, and I don't understand how he could be conducting county business and not responding to people when they message you. I'm sorry, you don't get to do that. You are at work, so you respond to, and I know everybody likes to say, oh, you know, you're not from here, you're not from here. Oh, I'm from here. I'm back here. I'm a resident. So I should be treated like everyone else. And really, to be honest, the way that we were treated, really, to be honest, that's discrimination. These practices that he continues to do, you all could wind up getting sued for stuff like that. Because this type of discrimination and injustice at the hands of someone who should be rendering justice is not fair. Those folks deserve money for what they do. They deserve raises. Why is the administration only one getting raises? That's absolutely just insane to me. And it doesn't have to happen. This is one of the richest counties in Michigan. And I believe that you all sitting there have the opportunity to really do right by those people and on the eastern part of the county. Why is Ms. Joanne having to show up to a meeting and ask for money for West Willow when we already know where the trouble is? You guys are sitting on all of these ARPA funds, won't release them to the community, a community that you know is suffering with gun violence, with poverty, and with everything else. Yet you have millions at your fingertips and you won't release it to the people. And in Biden's plan, as Gail Summerhill has showed all of you, you could have released that money without the red tape. We back here saying that. Do what's right for the people. The people put you in the seats because we believe you do what's right. And I believe some of you have a heart to do what's right and you need to do it.
The last hand is Elizabeth Thompson. Oh, and another hand popped up after that.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Thompson. I'm from Ypsilanti Township, and I'm a member of the Washington County Commission on Aging. And I'm here to speak on behalf of our other commission members to thank you for your consideration of obligating a portion of the ARPA funds for support for seniors. That $4 million is going to be so crucial to meeting the needs of seniors in Washtenaw County. As you recognized, older adults were perhaps more impacted by the COVID-19 epidemic than any other group of individuals, not only in terms of the health impact and the morbidity, but also in terms of the social isolation that was caused, the lack of ability to access supports for activities of daily living, the problems that seniors had in utilizing some of the new technology that helped bridge some of the gaps in both medicine and in communication. We very much appreciate your recognition that the pandemic exposed some of the flaws and gaps in the service system. And our commission is happy to help in any way possible as you consider the expenditure of the funds. And again, thank you for thinking of the seniors in Washtenaw County.
Thank you.
Another hand is Gail Summerhill.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. I'm just here making sure that everyone has received the information that I've been sending out from the federal government. And so all of the policies that are coming down as far as money, that they are distributed in the correct way. We have just a few more months before the end of this year, and I would hope that you will make sure that the people on the eastern side of the county will receive more money to help those that are suffering still. Thank you. I look forward to seeing the changes.
Thank you.
There are no more hands online.
Okay, thank you. Then we will move on to commissioner follow-up to participate, public participation. I think I saw Commissioner Labar's hand. I think it's on you.
All right. First, I apologize, colleagues and attendees, for not being at the working session today. My son turns 10 today, and we had a birthday dinner for him, so I apologize about that. But I feel like I made the right choice there. I was talking to my dad this afternoon. His name is Brian Labar. He's a retiree from 2733. And he worked at Friend of the Court and had that job while I was in high school, then college, and then, out on my own. In that position and the benefits that he got as an AFSCME member, they afforded us a level of security that was more than just financial. It was the notion that things were in place to help us if something went terribly wrong. I think all of you who've spoken tonight have entirely reasonable desires. You want to be paid according to the service you give to society. And you are essentially saying you are the very same people that we turned to during the pandemic to keep us working as a society. How do you expect the next generation of public servants to do that if they're not compensated accordingly? And let's be candid, you are not asking for anything exorbitant. You're asking for decency. There's always a tension between labor and admin. I get that. I respect that. But I think your presentation tonight was incredibly effective. It's not falling on deaf ears. I don't know what the answer will be exactly, but I do believe the answer will come in a way that you will view as progress. And so I just wanted to thank you because we are having our own issues in this organization right now, trying to sort out a number of things, and none of them have easy answers. We'll do the best we can, but you put a really tangible face to the workforce that serves our community and our residents, and you're the life breath of this county. So thank you for sharing the thoughts tonight. They're not falling on deaf ears, and I genuinely appreciate what you've brought to us here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Labar. Other commissioners? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo about what Commissioner Labar said. I was thinking when you were talking about when somebody at some point was talking about paying their bills on auto pay. And I remember at that point in my life thinking, there's no way I could use auto pay to pay my bills because I'm always shuffling around trying to figure out who I'm going to pay and what I'm going to leave off and how I'm going to do that. I see you guys nodding. And it was only last year I finally put my mortgage on auto pay because it was like the one thing I knew I was always going to pay. And it made me so nervous. It still does. And so I feel what you're saying. When you are talking to us about what you need, I think that
you have people on this commission who are hearing that. One of the things we heard in working session was we heard from Michigan Works, and they were talking about the importance of retention and how that helps an organization. We heard it from you this evening. The jobs you're doing, the longer you do these jobs, the better you become and the more helpful you become to the county. And a lot of you have been out there for the whole pandemic when everybody else was staying home. I was waving to you guys on the road as I continued to go to work too. So I understand those concerns like Commissioner Labar said, and I know that there are things about MEG that are limited, but I do think that MEG is the first step to getting you to a place that puts you on more equal footing with other counties. And the resolution that we have in front of us tonight supports that continued negotiation that I know that I feel like I could speak probably pretty confidently that everybody at this table supports that continued negotiation and hears your concerns and is looking for what we can do to get you to the first step and then take you to the step beyond that. Thank you very much for coming out tonight and being here and letting us know your concerns. And I definitely heard what you were saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Morgan?
I feel similar, similar sentiments to Commissioners Labar and Scott. We embarked on the employee compensation study in 2018 because many of us on the board at that time felt that our employees were not being paid enough, were not being paid fairly, and we had employees who were struggling to make ends meet, and we wanted to raise wages. We wanted to make sure that we were doing that in the fairest way possible to find out, okay, who is paid essentially the most unfairly. Let's start there first. How far are you underpaid according to the market, which apparently is what generally determines what folks should be paid. That's the premise that we started with the understanding that we want people to be paid better and to be paid fairly. There were also concerns around union and non-union pay increases each year not being the same. The reason they were not the same percentages each year is because they're in different structures. So the other piece of the MAG study was to look at the structures to ensure a similar structure between union and non-union wages, which is something that we all care very deeply about. I believe on this board to say, whether you're union or non-union, nobody should be paid unfairly one way or the other. We want people to be treated decently and fairly. I do know what it's like to struggle. My first job in this community paid $28,000 a year, and I moved here to live in Ann Arbor because this is where I wanted to live. And let me tell you, making $28,000 a year is not enough money to live in Ann Arbor. I understand so well what it's like when your car breaks down, or even you get a $25 parking ticket and you wonder, how am I going to pay this? I understand that. That is the premise of all of this. That's where a lot of this starts from, is those of us here at this table wanting to increase wages and to do so in a way that is as fair as we possibly can. Nobody should struggle to work for Washtenaw County. Nobody should still be in poverty working full-time in any job, but they especially should not working for a county like this that should have the resources to pay our employees decently. That is the premise we start with. We've as a board set aside about $5 million that we want to get into the hands of our employees. We've set aside the funds over each of the last several budget cycles for this purpose. That is not easy. Those are not easy funds to find, but we've prioritized increasing employee wages. What we need at this point is agreement on how those funds get into the hands of employees. And that's where I will share that this is a concerning process. It has been frustrating, I think, I certainly feel your frustration, and I share your frustration. I am also frustrated that we haven't figured this out yet. An alternate approach from what we've looked at now would be something that I think would give up on this idea of fairness and equity give up on trying to identify those who are underpaid the most according to the market and raising their wages more, giving up on a pay structure that ensures that more equitable system between union and non-union. But I think those are goals that we share. The resolution that we have before us tonight notes that some classifications, certainly in bargaining units, are paid 12% under the market. That is unacceptable. We should all agree that is unacceptable. What we need is to come together and figure out what is something we can agree on. I am extremely frustrated that we haven't been able to agree on something over the last period of time that we've been working on this. But I think it requires all of us coming to the table. I understand from conversations with employees that a big part of this is a lack of trust. Certainly doesn't help improve trust when you use signs like that. But I think that's a piece of the puzzle that we have to work through as a board with union representation, administration, and the Board of Commissioners. We had a $10 million mental health deficit a few years ago. And we worked through that in a way that did not lay off any frontline employees, did not cut wages, did not lay off people. We did that because we brought together labor, commissioners, and administration together to work on things together. And I felt like that was a process that worked. That is a process that I would hope we would look at this point going forward to say, let's come together, put all of our cards on the table and see what we can agree to. I do think, as Commissioner LeVar said, that making your voices heard to us is important. We hear you. We certainly hear you. I have been having conversations with employees the last few months and feeling that frustration boiling up. And I think you're here because you're mad. And I guess I can't say anything else other than I hear you and I share your frustration. And I deeply, deeply hope that we can come to some agreement because we have a lot of people who need to be paid better, who are struggling in our community that work for this organization. And we all agree that we want to raise those wages. I believe that. Thank you. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? I want to thank the commissioners who spoke for your thoughtful comments. I think instead of repeating them, from my perspective, I'll just say I appreciate them and I echoed them. When MAG started before I became a commissioner, and I kept asking, like, are we almost done? Are we almost done? And I have been a commissioner almost 4 years. So I understand your frustration. I'm frustrated. Sorry, that didn't come out right. I am frustrated from my position as a commissioner because paying people fairly is really important. And the work that you do is really important. And you're helping the people in this community who need help the most. And I appreciate that. And so it's been frustrating. I know that we've made commitments throughout the time that I've been here. We've committed to it being a major priority. We have established a financial framework. We've put $5 million aside. And I'm hoping that we are really close to it being finished to a certain extent. I know that some units have signed letters of understanding or completed negotiations, and I'm hopeful, but I hear what you're saying, that you are not satisfied with what you've been presented or where negotiations have gone. You've made that clear, and I understand, and it's disappointing to hear that anybody who works for Washtenaw County full-time would qualify for assistance. That's deeply disturbing to me because we should be able to do better than that. We do have a $15 an hour wage ordinance, but I think everybody knows that that's not enough. It's not even close. So I hear you, and thank you for coming. This is a form of communication and I appreciate it very deeply. Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Jefferson?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, and once again, it's good to know that in Washtenaw County, we have people like you who are concerned about our residents and their well-being. You're at the front line, and that is something that is very important and should be compensated for in the best way that we can. And whatever I can do to help that happen, I will do. It's been a journey since 2018, as Commissioner Morgan talked about why we did those things. But there's been some things that have happened since then that are not consistent with what we said we would do in 2018. Those conversations are definitely things that are happening and have not been privileged to have my presence in those conversations. But those are the things that really concern me when it comes to our employees having to come here after we've, talked to some of the leaders of the unions who have been going through negotiations and not receiving cooperation. Tonight I heard something about adverse action being taken against organizers and those type of things. Definitely, one of the things that we as commissioners do is we hire our administrator. And that is one of the things that we have power to deal with. But one thing that we have tried not to do is make a statement or an action that would be something would be in his purview to do. But we need to have more conversations together. Commissioner Morgan mentioned it again, as we did before, with commissioners involved, because when we get a story from our union reps or from our employees and from our administrator, there's really no connection to those stories because they need to be said in the same room to all of us. And that's what I would look forward to doing, to try and deal with this as a commission. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to make one other comment. I know the person who talked about Safe House is gone. The County Board of Commissioners has no direct control over Safe House. And so while there may still be concerns regarding Safe House, that's not something that the Board of Commissioners has control over. And we do provide the building. Our staff has put quite a bit of money, several $100,000 into improving the Safe House building and facilities, and have provided resources and assistance in that manner. And I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
Thank you, Chair. That is one other thing that I heard spoke of tonight by Ms. Hunter, I believe it was. I would like to have some type of understanding of exactly what she said. Where are we at right now as far as the things that she mentioned? No, we have no authority, but that is a building that county tax dollars are spent to uphold. And whatever happens in there has to deal with us as a county. So I was wondering if there could be a possible update given to us on what's happening there, because those things that she spoke of tonight, I need to be clear and understanding. And I appreciate her for coming tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, Greg Dill has asked us.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to respond, Commissioner Jefferson. I too wrote down that we needed to have some type of update on the service delivery model at Safe House. And I'd also like to, if the board will accept it, to invite the incoming executive director of Safe House to a board meeting for an update. So I will put that in the queue. If I see enough head nods this evening, I'll put that in the queue first thing in the morning.
Thank you. Okay, I think that ends Commissioner follow-up to public participation. Liaison reports. Okay, I guess there are none at this point. Special order of business. I am looking for a motion for a resolution to set a public hearing to receive comment on a proposed brownfield plan for 4025 Packard Road in Pittsfield Charter Township for October 5th, 2022 from the Office of Community and Economic Development.
So moved.
Any discussion on that? Okay, We will then need a roll call vote. Mr. Mulcahy?
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk.
Yes.
Item passed.
Thank you. Item number 2, I am now going to open a public hearing to receive comment on a proposed brownfield plan for 220 North Park in the city of Ypsilanti, Michigan. Is there anybody here to speak to the brownfield plan? Okay, then I will close the public hearing on the brownfield plan for 220 North Park. Next, moving on to appointments, I am looking for a motion for a resolution reaffirming and appointing Commissioner Ricky Jefferson to the Substance Use Disorders Oversight Policy Board. Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, Mr. Mulcahy, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson, Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Item passed.
Thank you. Next, I'm looking for someone to move the consent agenda. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone against, please say nay. Consent agenda is passed. There's no report of the treasurer. As we move to item 9, I am going to pull item 9.1G regarding the Community Priority Fund and item 9.2A, the American Rescue Fund allocations. I expect them to reappear at our next meeting after staff does a little more work on them. I'm looking for someone to move the resolutions. Excuse me, Administrator Dill is going to speak to that.
Chair, we have teed up this evening in place of those two resolutions, an update on the Community Priority Fund and the American Rescue Plan 3.0. We can certainly table those if it's the desire of the board, or we can move forward with presenting that information this evening.
Why don't we, well, you want to hear it? All right, we want to hear it.
All right, I've asked our equity officer, Elise Asbury Payne, to provide us with the most recent information related to those two initiatives. She is joining us virtually, I believe, and has a short presentation. Yeah, she's over. While that presentation is being teed up to the conversation that I had earlier with the chair of the board, it is our hope that we will take the next couple of weeks and do the engagement and outreach with this board necessary to provide the information for you all to make an informed decision at our next meeting. So we will work to make certain that that information gets to you guys over the next couple of weeks. Elise?
Good evening. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So I will move through what is fairly dense information as expediently as possible, and happy to answer questions at the end. Just to give a brief overview, given that there have been a number of moving parts to this, to make sure that both the board and members of the public have the most updated information. So just a general review of our timeline. The first American Rescue Plan allocation occurred September 2021 of $30.5 million, focusing on creating a sustainable community, expanding weatherization, encouraging generational success, and addressing childcare access, and our broadband allocation. In March of 2022, earlier this year, the board made an additional $11 million $11 million investment into investing into an equity-driven health department, the creation and launch of the Mobile Support Services Initiative, and investing in the community's health and well-being, the creation and launch of the Community Priority Fund. In ARPA 3.0, the board is being asked to consider an additional $30.2 million allocation, inclusive of premium pay for essential workers, support for seniors, investment in stormwater and sewer infrastructure, addressing housing access, which was an item that was pulled separately and already approved, the establishment of a financial equity center, embargoed health department funding, expanding government service delivery, and investment in county infrastructure. To date, the approved allocations have fallen along the listed lines with prioritization for the health and well-being of our community, in terms of investment in childcare access, children's savings accounts, broadband infrastructure, broadband affordability, weatherization, recoup of lost revenues, support and resources for our health department, the Mobile Support Services Initiative, Community Priority Fund, ARPA evaluation, addressing housing access, and staff support to operationalize these items. The ARPA recommendation process has really followed a collaborative model, inclusive of identification of commissioner priorities and alignment with community feedback through listening sessions, town hall, community survey, engagement with local elected officials, and department requests as appropriate. The Community Priority Fund, as a reminder, meets the Board of Commissioner priority for impactful and equitable American Rescue Plan Act allocations, with project and program support in targeted areas of Washtenaw County, areas that we saw hardest hit by COVID, who continue to struggle with recovery and resiliency, low opportunity, high vulnerability areas. The goals of the Community Priority Fund: support organizations and proposals that have not historically gotten funded by or contracted with Washtenaw County, help to expand the ecosystem by building out organizations' sustainable capacity to contract with the county in the future. The bulk of this work has been lifted up and led by our community review body. Community review body members were directly selected and appointed by commissioners representing the 48197 and 48198 areas. Members are community residents. They're not affiliated with applicants, and consistent with county practice. Their information, totality of the project process, will be posted, made available to the public at the conclusion of their review. So recommendation goals have followed similar pathways: increase equitable, community-informed allocations of ARPA funding, support full ecosystem development for organizations not previously eligible to contract with Washtenaw County, and develop equitable outcomes, reduce disparities, prevent harm. These are all aligned with the best practices and guidance that we've received from Treasury on equitable allocation of ARPA funding. To date, the board has approved the Community Violence Intervention category. Supreme Felons Dispute Resolution Center and A Brighter Way all received approvals for their funding requests. They're currently working with the ARPA data and evaluation managers to draft and execute contracts. Washtenaw My Brother's Keeper and We the People Opportunity Farm were recommended for technical assistance with the intention of bringing proposals back in front of the board to access the remaining funds available in the Community Violence Intervention category. They are also working with the ARPA data and evaluation managers to build out strong proposals. In the item that has been moved to a different meeting, the Community Priority Fund allocation under expanding early childhood education, we received 10 proposals. The total amount of funding requested in this category was just over $4 million. The combined full partial funding recommendations represent the totality of the 1.8 million available with the expanding early childhood education category. The recommendations are as follows. Foundations Preschool of Washtenaw County, they requested $10,000, and the community review members recommended that they receive double their ask and request. That request was supported by and moved forward by the administrator, which is what the board has received. Bottles and Backpacks Child Development Center requested $600,000. And the recommendation is for full funding. Child Care Network requested $2 million and received a recommendation for partial funding of 1.18 million. This was one of the smaller categories in terms of the overall number of proposals received, as well as eligible potential awardees. The other category included in the resolution for the board to consider at a later date, addressing housing and homelessness. The combined full and partial funding recommendations represent the totality of the 1.4 million available in this particular category. We received 28 proposals with a total funding request of 10.7 million, just under 10.8 million. The organizations represented for recommendation, Huron Valley PACE, Life After Incarceration, Transition and Reentry, the House by the Side of the Road, Mission. All of those groups received recommendations for their full funding requests. Two Marines, which I believe the gentleman who spoke earlier during public comment was here representing, also received a full funding request. Dawn Farm received a full funding recommendation. Community Family Life Center, the Family Empowerment Program at EMU, both received recommendations for partial funding. The remaining categories to be scored and presented to the administrator and then move through the administrator to the board, addressing educational disparities and direct assistance to households with $1 million remaining in each of those fund categories. The addressing educational disparities category has been complete. The scoring process for the community reviewers has been completed and materials are being prepared for the administrator's review. They're currently working on scoring and reviewing the direct assistance to households category. So the application to approval and implementation, just as a quick review, applications were initially reviewed by staff for minimum qualifications, then moved anything that was eligible to the community reviewers. Their recommendations were then moved to the administrator. Administrator's recommendations come to the board for approval and determination of award or next steps. Organizations, proposals that receive positive recommendation, positive approval from the board, then move into contracting and technical assistance with the ARPA team. That process is high touch, technical assistance and ongoing evaluation with the intention of building in internal capacity within groups to both contract with the county, but also to effectively run evaluation, performance measure, program development processes after the ARPA funding has been exhausted. So the data and evaluation roles and responsibilities, I'm very excited that we've had two new staff, Abigail Sekar and Maria Militzer, who joined the county in mid-August and have jumped in feet first to really working with the organizations that have received funding awards or technical assistance awards and are excited to work with the next round of applicants or proposals that are approved and moved by the board. So their structure is really around the evaluation and planning, building internal capacity, monitoring the data collection, performance, outcome evaluation, and reporting. There are leads moving forward in ensuring that the narrative and data collection process that's necessary to ensure that we are remaining compliant with the Treasury requirements, that we're meeting quarterly reporting requirements, that we are effectively evaluating the work that's being done under the Community Priority Fund, and also coordination of the overall county annual reporting requirements happens in a timely and effective manner. So before contract, they're meeting with awardees to assess contract readiness and develop scope of work. And after the contracting process has been executed in partnership with Finance and Corporation Council, of course, at the approval of the board, they're meeting monthly with awardees and dealing with the monitoring, the technical assistance, the really main points of contact to ensure that awardees are being given the support that's necessary to be successful in operationalizing their scope of work and effective utilization of public funds. The ARPA reporting requirements are comprehensive. And so even with incredibly skilled evaluators, it is a full team effort for administration and the equity office, ensuring that we are, and finance, ensuring that we are meeting the quarterly reporting and the annual reporting requirements. Quarterly reporting is really focused on performance-based metrics. The annual reporting is around our comprehensive evaluation process. So moving into ARPA 3.0. What we're looking at in the proposal that has been submitted to the board, the resolution that was voted on already in the first reading, is looking at accounting for lost revenues of $36 million, provide premium pay to essential workers. Part of this is ARPA funds. Part of this is a pull from the general fund, specifically to address the needs of some of our nursing staff, frontline nursing staff that would not necessarily be eligible for premium pay under ARPA, but recognizing that there is a significant need there. Support for seniors, that's a $4 million obligation of ARPA funding. I included the addressing housing access because it was a component of the original ARPA 3.0 package that the board voted on in the first reading, but the housing access component was pulled for separate consideration and approved. So that's a $3.6 million investment representing a partnership with City of Ypsilanti, the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation, and Renovare Development. I believe I saw one of the developers on the call this evening. Additional investment in stormwater and sewer infrastructure maintenance. This is to create matching funds for local cities, townships, and villages, and has been a clearly identified priority of both the board and some of our community members and civic leaders outside of our urban core areas. Establishment of a financial equity center. This is a landing place for equity-driven poverty alleviation strategies, support for small businesses, support for the Financial Empowerment Center that Commissioner Hodge and Chair Schenk have been champions of, ensuring that there are opportunities for generational wealth building, and that we're looking at full scope services of providing resources to families and to individuals who are in crisis, but also providing resources and support as families are moving forward from crisis and upward mobility out of poverty. ARPA 3.0 also embargoes funding for the health department and provides some additional support through 2024 to continue creation and maintenance of an equitable centered health department, expands the government service delivery to support best practices, evidence-based programming and innovative ideas. That's $4 million from specifically pulled from lost revenues. Again, included the staff support component, although that was approved in separate action at a previous meeting by the board. So the full scope ARPA 3.0 3.0 proposal, so that you all are able to see where the funds are sourced from, and also how the county is being intentional in utilization of flexibility of lost revenue, as well as some pulled resources from the general fund specifically to support premium pay for frontline nursing staff, and the total obligation of those funds. When everything is said and done, there's still remaining 10.1 million unallocated and available. The ARPA 3.0 proposal as structured will address both internal and external needs, and has been given an opportunity for full and comprehensive feedback from both community, local elected officials, civic leaders inside of urban and our rural communities. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm sure there are more than a few.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Elise. That's a lot to present on and a lot of projects to be managed there between Community Priority Fund and the ARPA package. So I appreciate the really thorough presentation. I had a couple of questions. One of them about the technical assistance for Community Priority Fund. Do we have like a rough timeline on how long we expect those two organizations that are going to receive, or any additional organizations that receive technical assistance? How long does that take before they are potentially eligible for funding?
So the goal is to move them as quickly as possible from technical assistance to funding if there is an identified funding source available, specifically with We the People Opportunity Farm and Washtenaw, My Brother's Keeper. Both of those groups, the data and evaluation managers have met with on multiple occasions to help provide feedback around a proposal. Ideally, we'll bring something forward at the end of September or beginning of October, depending on the speed at which the organizations are comfortable moving through the process. We want to bring something that meets community need, that fulfills the spirit of the Community Priority Fund, and stays in line with the ARPA requirements.
Thank you. To my colleagues, I would just say for this third package, I know it's a very large package and it's a wide variety of different kinds of programming, which is pretty different than the previous packages, which seem to fit more nicely into a certain theme. This one's a bit different. I'm incredibly enthusiastic about the programming that's in the third package, so I'm hopeful that at the next meeting, we can go ahead and do that final reading on it. But I know we need a little bit more time to take a look at it because it's such a large package and there are different kinds of programming in it. But take a look at it. It looks like good stuff to me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner LeVar and then Commissioner Morgan.
Thanks, Chair. Elise, thank you for running through that, large amount of information there. A question that I got, and I think other folks on the board got, relates to the issues related to housing and homelessness and the use of a housing first approach. And one of the things that was shared, again, certainly with me and I think others, was a question about, wait, are these entities that are being proposed to be funded, are they providing housing directly? So I'm interested in your answer on that, because I think Housing First has, a wide array of meetings and is not always that simple. So can you give me some feedback there, and feedback in terms of how we answer that question of actual housing provision?
I think that's a great question. And I'm happy to have the opportunity to answer it. I think that, these recommendations are really driven by the community reviewers, and how they looked at this particular section was around full scope services. So how do we provide immediate crisis services? How do we provide resources that promote early intervention, because we know that providing upstream intervention is much more effective in terms of reducing overall rates of homelessness and crisis in our community. And how do we make sure, how can the county effectively make sure that when looking through the equity lens of the Community Priority Fund and the specific task of ensuring that we're expanding the ecosystem of providers that are able to access resources, that was weighted as part of their decision-making process too. So I think the question of, and that's part of the reason why I included the total amount of ask in that particular category. We received, just under $11 million for the housing and homelessness category, and had a much smaller amount, almost a little bit less than a tenth of what was asked for was available to allocate. And so ensuring that the full ecosystem of homelessness services, so for folks that are in crisis, for folks who are actively out on the street, is being addressed, was one of the things that the community reviewers looked at, but also ensuring that early interventions were being looked at as well in terms of prioritization of equity. I think that the housing providers, and this is a conversation that I've had with OCED as well, frequently say, we wish there were more resources available to address early intervention services. And oftentimes there are only funds available when looking at housing and homelessness for people who are considered literally homeless. So they are sleeping in their car, they're sleeping out on the street, they have no kind of shelter whatsoever. And so I think that from what I've heard from both OCED and the system providers in terms of wanting there to be flexible resources, wanting there to be resources that provide support for folks who are literally homeless, who need that resource, who are in crisis, but also providing resources for early intervention for children and families that are at high risk. I think this aligns with what I've heard from system providers, what I've heard from OCED, and really was how the community reviewers were looking at this particular category in line with the ARPA requirements.
If that's a wonderful answer. I'm not sure I'm smart enough to get it all. So let me try and repeat it back in a synthesized fashion here. I think you're saying that one, the overall pot of housing related money was 1.4, which is about 10% of the total allocation. And two, you are in essence saying that the recommendation is to spread this across the swath of issues that can impact homelessness, both at the point of homelessness and leading up to it. So that would sort of necessitate that at least some of that money, if not all, not be directed directly at housing provision, but rather those sort of auxiliary issues that exist as an individual either goes into or is in a state of homelessness. Did I roughly get that right? Where am I off base there, Elise?
I think you don't give yourself enough credit for as sharp as you are in terms of being able to synthesize my long-winded answer. I think that's accurate. The community reviewers were looking at the totality of system impacts and wanted to make sure that resources were flowing in ways that address equity across the homelessness system needs.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it and have a better understanding now. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Morgan?
Thank you, Chair. I think some of the concern that probably a lot of us been hearing from other partners in the community that the county has worked with for a long time, I'm certainly hearing a lot of it and trying to decipher kind of the crux of the issue. And I think I've been able to better understand it through listening to the presentation here and having conversations in recent days. I think everything I've heard here sounds fantastic and wonderful. I do have concern though, in that the change to the coordinated funding process has left a lot of longtime partners to the county feeling like we're telling them, no, we don't have the resources to support the work that you are doing and have been doing for a long time. We don't have the resources. At the same time, they're seeing us redirect resources that are completely separate in process and pool of money to new organizations that are not providing quite as explicit housing and some other services as has been provided. And so I'm hearing a lot of concern about this and not really sure how to remedy that. Layer that on to the fact that folks feel like we're not being transparent enough. And when folks feel like you're not being transparent enough, it's not a question as to are we or not. We aren't. We're being told that people have questions and concerns and they do not feel like they're having access to information or the process at a level that they would like to see. I've heard from a lot of community partners who are particularly concerned about that piece, and that's what troubles me and concerns me about, would have concerned me if we had been voting on this tonight. I don't disagree with anything that's being funded, but I do have concerns around how we're having a better communication relationship with our longtime partners who are quite efficient at providing scaling up and being able to provide housing and other services to a lot of different residents in our community. So I'm, I guess, expressing that concern. I don't know the answer as to what we do about it. I do think we need to look at, I think we do need to look at that process and figure out how do we make that more transparent. When folks ask questions about who's making these recommendations or decisions, we have to give them an answer. It is unacceptable to tell them, no, we can't give you that information. I just don't think that's acceptable. And so I think we've got to figure that out because I just feel like we're damaging long-term relationships with organizations that have been doing really good work for a long time. And I'm not saying don't fund new organizations or don't do something different. I guess what I'm saying is I think we've got to figure out how to communicate and collaborate with these folks in a better way. I guess one particular example I would raise is we've traditionally had a level of coordination around housing in particular, around who's doing what and how is it being coordinated to make sure residents have access, sort of a point of entry and can easily access and understand where to get support from. I don't know what that looks like now. And I know there are a lot of different pieces moving that are nobody's fault necessarily. It's just a lot going on around that space. But I think we've got to answer some of those questions. And as we're spending pretty significant amounts of money and then telling some folks that we don't have the resources to fund what they've asked us to support, those are questions we have to answer. And I don't mean this with any malice or anything like that. I don't think anybody's doing anything wrong. And I think these are all really phenomenal things. I guess I'm just very strongly requesting that we find a way to have that conversation and have that collaboration with folks doing this work and some of the new folks that we want to do some of these new things, so that those relationships are there and they're maintained and we can build and make them stronger. I guess that's my request.
Right, thank you. I'm gonna let Administrator Dill talk for just a moment. I think he can address what was just said.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Those are the two items that, as I've spoken to many of your colleagues and certainly today with the chair, that we want to resolve in the coming days. We want to make sure that the appropriate transparency is there, the engagement with the community and our partners is solid. But then also want to lean into better understanding what the appropriate next steps are with some of those longstanding partners and how we might best use limited resources to resolve some of those concerns. So over the course of the next week or so, I expect some updates that hopefully will answer both of your questions this evening.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Sanders and then Commissioner Scott.
So I have a question for Mrs. Asbury Payne, but I also would like to reply to Commissioner Morgan's comments, and I think I'm gonna reply first and then I'll ask the question. So, I guess I'm a little perplexed about, the narrative that we are not being transparent. I think that that is why there has been a change in the process, because there was not transparency, especially when you're talking about 48197 and 48198. There was an inequity in resources. There's still an inequity in resources that has been provided to that area of the county. We listened to our constituents and our residents when they brought real and factual information to us about how they were being excluded. And we implemented changes into the process that allowed community reviewers, not any of us, not any of the commissioners, being able to pick up a phone call and try and give favor to any particular agency, having residents review these applications with guidance from the Racial Equity Office and make decisions based on fact and ability to deliver the services. And I think it's interesting that this essentially is a shift in power. And the people that were in power don't like it. And they're raising a whole lot of Cain, but they didn't care when the people that were not in power were saying, we're being left out. I'm not certain, maybe they can come up and give me some factual information about how they tried to be inclusive, how they tried to hire, how they tried to train, how they tried to partner with other agencies that were not situated in this long-standing sort of, well, we've been doing it and we should be able to continue to do it. How about you try and reach back and pull forward? How about you try and partner with some of these newer, growing agencies that actually have the experience in their communities, actually live there? So I'm concerned about this narrative that we're not being transparent. I know I am one of the ones that said we need to have public comment. We need to be asking the communities what they want. I think I was on all 4 of the training sessions or information sessions that the Racial Equity Office put forth. I think we've been extremely transparent. So I'm confused. And many of these long-term, what's the term? Long-term partners were on those calls. And most of them, the first question that they wanted to know was how much money they could get. Or what if I partner with one of the smaller ones? And we made it clear, you're not going to be able to partner with a smaller entity that you didn't want to partner with before just to better your chances. So I'm confused. And when we talk about long-term partners, I get long-term, but I also get that's verbiage that can be used to not give other entities opportunities. You have to have a starting point. Those long-term partners had a starting point and they had advocates that made sure they would continue to get funded. And so now that we've got some new kids on the block, people are upset. I'm just confused. So that's my response. And then my question to Mrs. Ashbury Payne is, I wanted to be clear because I'm still getting some feedback from the community. They're concerned, and what I have said, and I think I've said this a couple of times, just because an agency has been funded for, let's say, a 3-year period of time, that is not a guarantee that they're going to get that money. They have still got to do the work and show progressive action in order to continue to receive that funding. It's not a guarantee, and we should be clear about that. If you are not doing what you're supposed to do in that first year, or you not met your benchmarks, there's no guarantee that you're gonna get that second year of funding. Am I correct?
Absolutely. And in meeting with community organizations that have been awarded an allocation at this point, that is being reinforced in every conversation. We want to support groups in being successful, but that also means that they need to hit certain benchmarks as related to performance and engagement. The county is not just cutting an organization a check for the full amount of funding. That would be counter to best practice guidance from Treasury and outside of our usual policies and procedures. We're being supportive of organizations and being very intentional to set them up for success.
And that, in terms of the transparency, that is why we have hired 2 data managers to make sure that these awarded entities are being able to hit their benchmarks, but also being provided with the support that they need if they are not sort of historically entrenched in how to do this work. It is to make sure that we can help them succeed as much as possible. But that's across the board. So we can talk about this later, but I just have issues with that, the narrative about lack of transparency, long-term. That kind of, to me, sounds like, if you haven't been here, what are you doing here? That's not equitable to me. So the last thing I had for you, Mrs. Asbury Payne, is I've gotten a couple of inquiries about how do agencies who have applied for funding understand where they are in terms of being next up or having their area being reviewed next for funding. That's
So
it.
an update was sent out to all applicants still under consideration, those within categories that were coming forward for recommendation, and those still yet to be reviewed. As has been standard with the process up until now, we'll continue to provide that information. The 2 remaining categories are under addressing educational disparities and direct assistance to households. As mentioned earlier, the addressing educational disparities category has been reviewed, and those recommendations will be moving forward to the administrator's office shortly. The community reviewers are working on the final category now, which is the direct assistance to households category.
I just need to add one more thing. So I had a couple of people in the community want to sort of demanding to know who the reviewers were. And my response to them was, we see how highly charged people are getting over these decisions and the funding. And I personally, if I were a reviewer, I would appreciate and expect that my identity be protected until the full process is completed. They are volunteers, they are not being paid, and they should not be put in a position where they may be harassed because somebody doesn't like the decisions that were made. And so I just want to put that out on the record. Their information is not being provided. This is my opinion, for their own protection and to make sure that the process can be done with fidelity until it is fully completed. So I just want to put that out there for the public record, but because people have been saying, well, we don't know who they are and we don't know. What you need to know is that the 4 commissioners selected someone from each of their districts that are the community reviewers. And those reviewers have a right not to be harassed because someone doesn't like what the group collectively decided to do. So I'm done.
Thank you. Commissioner
I-
Scott? Oh, you're going to respond? Okay, sorry about that.
No, I just want to make certain that Commissioner Sanders is aware. The community reviewers understand that their information and the process will be posted publicly when they're complete with their reviews. That was explained at the front end of the process. It has always been the intention to post their information, make it publicly accessible, as well as each and every one of the applications and the application amount that they requested, whether or not they received funding.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Scott?
All right, thank you, Chair. Hi, Jeff, thank you so much.
Oh, I'm not on. Oh, Commissioner LeBar was trying to let me know my speaker wasn't on, but I bet you could hear me anyway. So thank you. I am hoping we can get a copy of the presentation that you sent to us this evening. And I have one of the question when you were distilling the information to Commissioner LeBar, and I was taking notes and trying to get it all too. And one of the questions I had after listening to that was, did the people or providers applying for these funds in the housing and homelessness category understand that the funds would be distributed in this way? Like to these, like to the auxiliary issues affecting homelessness as well? Because at 100%, that's correct. Like addressing homelessness at the front end is an effective way to prevent things like that from happening. But I'm curious if people were aware that that was part of what was going to be funded in that part of the funding.
Again, I appreciate that question. Through direct technical assistance, answering emails from providers, as well as in all of the technical assistance sessions, the landing page on the website, all of that information was provided at the very front end so that organizations would understand that resources were being looked at through a lens of equity and broad application to create highest impact possible.
Okay. Some of the concern, that's great, thank you. And some of the concern I think that I've heard is that are some of the crossover of thinking like, are some of these organizations that were funded in housing and homelessness, things that actually were, oops, I've got to go back to the resolution, that are actually things that could have been funded in, what's the other category I'm thinking of? Home assistance, is that the category? Anybody can help me. There's housing. and
Direct
homelessness,
assistance.
and then there's
Direct assistance.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Lindeman. And so I think I think that I've heard some concern about how some of the housing and homelessness, were they more appropriate for direct assistance?
So the applications or proposals were evaluated and scored based upon the category that the applicant identified their proposal for.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I mean, I think that there are a lot, people are so passionate about this because they want to do the work to help people in the community. Like, I think that that's just important to keep in mind, and that they're feeling concerned about like what the winter is going to bring. I am concerned about that as well. And so we've talked about this over and over again at this table. Like, we have to find a way to think about what we do to try to help these community partners. And I wish that this was not as much like pie as it is, or raspberry blondie bars. I wish that it was something that we had money to fund all of the organizations doing this work. And so I want us to think, as we head into looking at the budget, how we expand the amount of people that we are able to help in the county, because I think there are people in this group of funding who are doing work that needs to be done that have not traditionally gotten funding, but it doesn't mean that people who have been doing it before aren't still doing the work. And so it'd be great to figure out how we could expand the help that we're giving, and maybe think about how we're using ARPA funds to do those things. I don't know how articulate that was right now, but
No,
mostly I had that one question. Thank you very much, Ms. Asbury Payne, and just a reminder, one more request for that presentation, because it very nicely and succinctly presented another way to look at things other than what's in the memo.
Thank you, Commissioner
you.
Scott. Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're having a challenge here because we're conflating multiple issues. So I don't see that we deviated too much from what the established process for the Community Priority Fund was set to be. When we talked about from the beginning that the community reviewers at the end of the process, as Elise said, that all would be made public. That was on purpose, so we wouldn't have just regular individual residents being lobbied by organizations for funding. That was established at the beginning of the process. I think the other challenge we're having right now is we're conflating the shortfall in funding for many of the housing providers with the Community Priority Fund specifically. When we knew from the beginning, part of the design behind that was to fund organizations that typically don't get funded. We have other funds, so and I know we do need to come up with a solution related to the housing providers, but this was never that. Like, this was not meant to supplement New Human Services Partnership or be some sort of different replacement for COFU. And I think some of the conversation has drifted into that point, which, if I'm understanding correctly, this is why it was pulled from the agenda today, so we can continue working with administration on a solution that makes everybody feel much more comfortable as we consider thinking about how do we go about solving this other challenge that this was not designed to meet. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. I was going to make a statement, but mine was pretty much close to what you were going to say, that I hope that long-term partners and the people who are participating in the ARPA process see each other as allies, not as competitors, because that's how I see it. Because we're all serving this community. This is a community that needs a lot, and this is our attempt to try to make that happen. And I know for me, when I've been thinking about working through the budget, that I'm not done after this. I know that we have needs, and I know that with the ending of some of the government programs, some of the federal programs that we've been beneficiaries of, some of them have come through the state, that there may be needs that are hard to fill, and that we need to be thinking about that. So I think, so anyway, I did go on to say it anyway. I guess sometimes we just need to say things, but yes, thank you. And I think Commissioner Morgan's got a little more to say. Or a lot, I don't know. I'm not judging, just saying. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. No, actually, I think Commissioner Hodge hit exactly what I was expressing. And so I think that is the concern, is that the issues are separate, but also very complicated and confusing to folks who've worked with us. So I guess that's my concern. And that's why I'm asking us to have compassion for folks who both are new partners that want to work with us, and folks who've worked with us for a long time, have compassion to communicate with them in a way and collaborate with them in a way to understand what is happening. Because what we've done is we have this completely new separate process with ARPA funds, the community priority process. That is one piece. The New Human Services Partnership, where funding was eliminated from the Community Foundation being a partner. The partnership itself was dismantled. And now we then had a new process that had completely new metrics that also didn't fund a lot of long-term existing partners. So if you're a community partner who's spent a lot of time serving people in our community, literally providing food or shelter to people in the community, and that's something you're really, really passionate about, you care deeply about, and now you're told from county government, the entity that has provided the most support, or at least a huge amount of that support, that all of this is changing and we're actually not going to provide some of you with any support. How do you think that they should feel? And I don't mean them personally being offended they don't get money, but how do they feel about, I have to turn someone away, or I can't provide a service to someone because I don't have the resources and I now have to lay off staff because the county has made all of these changes at one time. So I'm not saying we're doing something wrong here. What I'm saying is we need to have some compassion and communicate and collaborate to work with these partners who, as Commissioner Scott said, really they care deeply about serving human beings and helping them. That is what they're doing. We're not talking about businesses here that just want to make, a business that wants to make money or something like that. We're talking about nonprofits providing human services to residents in need. That's what we're talking about. These are good folks doing good work, as are the other organizations that we're hopefully going to provide funding to as well. They're good folks doing good work to serve the residents that we all want to serve. I do want to then say, so that's, I think, the situation we're looking at and why I ask for compassion. Also, we've asked these organizations to provide these services over the years, services that we cannot provide effectively or as efficiently as they can do. So they aren't just like handouts to nonprofits. This is how we've chosen to provide services as Washtenaw County government for decades. We've chosen to work with nonprofit community partners who we really build up over time to build up the capacity to provide the level of services that we've asked them to provide on our behalf with the resources either from us or from the state or federal government, things like that. So we've asked them to be partners with us. Again, that's why I'm asking for not necessarily an immediate change or anything, but compassion. So we've asked them to provide these services. We did hear a concern that the process did not seem transparent to some folks who were not getting funding previously. We heard that concern. All of us here heard that concern. We've started looking at new ways of doing things. That doesn't mean the one new way we've chosen is exactly perfect or the correct solution to that. It also doesn't mean because folks were concerned about transparency before, and now those folks aren't concerned but others are, doesn't mean that you ignore those who are now concerned about transparency. It means we keep striving to do better and work better with these folks that are doing good work in our community. I just feel like I'm repeating myself, but it feels like it needs to be repeated. Change and growth are difficult. I think we are making some changes here. We're trying new things and we're using different resources that we've never had before. And we have community partners that want to continue working with us to serve residents. That's what I'm asking, I guess, is for us to have that understanding, be compassionate, and care as much as all of these organizations care about serving the people they want to serve. The new organizations we're going to fund at some point, the folks who've worked with for a long time, we all care about serving residents, and we need compassion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson.
Thank you, Chair. This is a opportunity for change. And it's also a process where we have been given these allocations from the federal government to deal with disparities that have been, really more visible because of COVID-19. This has nothing to really do with what we used to do with COFU or what we're trying to do with human services partnership. This has to deal with finding those things that hurt people the most, that were the most vulnerable. And therefore, some of those categories that we have chosen do cross-section what we're trying to do with human services. But that's not what it was there for. It's there because there is this need all over the country to make sure that we do our best to be a safety net for those who suffered through COVID. As far as transparency goes, I mean, we've been out in the community. Everybody that has had the opportunity to come to our meetings had the choice to do it or not. There we gave instruction, there we gave information, and even here at our tables. So we don't want to look at this as if people who were always a partner with us, that were helping our residents, not being funded because they weren't doing a good job. We're looking at this as we have a new way of doing things since COVID hit. The priorities that we have chosen to look at deal with things that were falling through the cracks. There's a meeting every Monday of the nonprofits all over the county at Park Ridge Community Center. There's still a lot of conversations at that table that can come up with solutions on how to handle some of the problems that they're facing with the most vulnerable. But that's what these dollars are for. As far as human services program, that's totally different. I have people asking me all the time, you know, what's the difference? One is the pot of money that used to be in COFU is not there like it used to be. It's almost half. So you're dealing with $5 when you had 10. So those things that were being funded to deal with in the past, we looked at those and saw that there was very little impact, but there was some sustainability, but no forward progress when it comes to impact. So we need to find a way to find people who have enrolled into these most vulnerable communities and these residents. What those conversations are about at the table at Park Ridge and what they're about in our community is community mental health, prosecutor's office, the public defender, or even public health can't really get people in the community that need the help to trust that they will help them. So therefore, we're looking for organizations now, which is what I see in this packet, who have conversations and know the families, know the victims, know the vulnerable people, know those people, and they are trusted, which now they become a avenue to coordinate from those families to our organizations at the county, who are having a terrible time getting people to trust them. So this is one of the things that is really happening here, is we're trying to find an avenue where people who need the help, who feel that they can trust the people that are giving them the help, who we're funding now, can then be later handed off to our organizations to where they can get much more needed help. That's partnership. That's partnership. When I look at the human services and COFU, no one in the meeting that I was in January 2019 here knew who were those who were choosing who should be funded. And I was getting all kinds of complaints about organizations that are in the midst of these vulnerable families being underfunded or not funded at all. And then they had those type of calls to me, and I don't know, but you know, there was questions that day about who was choosing, how many people were choosing. It was 12 people, one commissioner, and everybody on that choosing committee was a Caucasian. All of us on that day knew that at that time, when that was finally said here at this table, that if you have those who are not acquainted with the people in the community who are most vulnerable, who will not trust those, then we need to find another way to get to those who are in need the most, to be able to trust, so that they can get the funding to those who can really help them. So it can be a handoff. We're not going to be able to do business as usual anymore if we want to really make an impact. not just being sustainable, but changing lives, giving people an opportunity to look at who they are, what they need, and then move on forward to become something much better than what they are. Out of the poverty, out of racism, out of the trauma that they've been suffering. That's change that's going to be hard because feelings get involved. But this is not about feelings. This is about impact. And impact is the better idea of why we're changing the way that we're doing business rather than feelings. So we definitely have to be very frugal with the little dollars that we do have that are running out. But the thing is, we cannot please everybody, but we need to help the most vulnerable. And whatever that takes is not going to make everybody happy. And that is not our purpose. Our purpose is to help. And that's all it is. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Lisa, I wanted to thank you again. I think this last 45 minutes or whatever has been exceedingly productive in my mind in terms of better understanding what we're doing with this segment of the third allocation of ARPA dollars and how it runs in parallel with what we've been talking about with NHSP and the transition from COFU. And I think it's also given a chance for commissioners to share substantive perspectives, on these issues, which are easy to intermingle because they work in parallel in many ways. So I appreciate how effective your presentation has been. I appreciate your answers, and I appreciate the responses from colleagues. I think I'm going to be a far better advocate as one commissioner out in the community to explain why the CPF is not just a good idea, but a good idea done well. I will be candid though with all my colleagues. You can probably see what's in my head. This whole discussion tonight has been about looking at a limited amount of money. I hope we will propose increasing that amount of aggregate money that we're bringing to the human services table down the road. Because I think candidly, we've all said the same things in different ways when it comes to human services. We understand their importance. We are motivated on a personal, political, policy, human being level, whatever you want to say, that is the business of the county. And I don't like when folks talk about, well, that's deficit thinking, or that's, you're not being realistic and so forth and so forth. We do have more options on the table if we're willing to take on some of those fights down the road. And I think we are. I've been here 9.5 years. This is the most aligned body I've ever served with in terms of the desire to use human services as a mechanism to improve our human condition here. So I feel a lot better coming out of this discussion in terms of talking about what we're doing with this one item. And I feel like we're in a stronger position when we look at the human services challenges going forward. So, thank you to everybody. And I don't mean to be, overly cheerful here, but it's been useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Hodge and then Commissioner Scott.
Commissioner Scott hasn't gone in a while. Why don't you go?
Okay, sorry, lost track a little bit, but
So, we could be here. Thank you, Chair. We could be here all night talking about this, I think, but I think what's been really helpful, as Commissioner LaBarre said as part of the conversation, is I think there was some misunderstanding and conflation of the different funding pots that we're talking about. And just to reiterate, the Community Priority Fund is now like a permanently existing fund. Like after these rounds of funding, we have exhausted it. Part of the purpose was to help engage with community organizations, grassroots organizations that don't have an established relationship with the county, so we can establish a relationship with them. This was in no way, and I could see how it could get confusing with all the conversations around COFU, New Human Services Partnership, and now we have this other thing to it, and people think it's all connected, and that's created some challenges. Commissioner Morgan talked about, having compassion for the human service agencies, the nonprofits. I appreciate that. And I would say that I would hope that all of the nonprofits that have interacted with Washtenaw County government and us as commissioners know that we're a very pro-human services board. Like, there's not anybody on here that's anti-human services, or I think lacks compassion for the nonprofits. We're all struggling to find the solution to this. And we will do it. This just was not the thing that was supposed to fix the whole thing. Like, this was not a piece of the puzzle that's gonna somehow put us back to where we were before Kofu blew up. Like, that's just not what it was. But I think everyone here, when we have our interactions with the nonprofit leaders and when they, come to the board, I think we're all very pro human services. I'm a social worker. We got a nurse over here. I mean, come on, everybody. Like, so I certainly have compassion for them. It's just, I don't know if that's I just had to respond to that one. Cause I get it. I get what you're saying, but I would hope that they would, and I know that trust in government tends to be pretty low, but I would hope that they would have some trust in us and in our working relationships and their ongoing interactions with us to know that as we can partner together to fix the problem. Like, go ahead.
Quick response, Chair. That's what we did go through human service partnership. We still didn't fund some of these organizations. So we can't say this is a separate process and then say there's something else that's going to help them. That's what the point I'm trying to make. Thank you, Chair.
I'm just going to intercede right here and say, through the new human services partnership, not all of the former COFU fundees have been funded, but they have all been funded because we passed a resolution to make sure that they were funded through the end of the year and committed to working to find more stability through budgeting, or at least I did. But I just want to make it clear, I know you know, but I want to make sure that people who are listening know that all of those former COFU organizations have been funded through the end of the year. Okay, thanks. Commissioner Scott, thank you for your
I think
patience.
we probably are beating this horse to death, but I agree that we can't do business as before. But I still have just some concerns. I will have to let things percolate in my head a little bit about what we've heard in the presentation and read through that memo for the 109th time. The concerns I had were just about community service partnerships and addressing housing and homelessness. When the memo presented to people said it's programs or services that address housing insecurity, lack of affordable housing, homelessness, such as supportive housing, residential counseling, housing navigation, legal services, eviction prevention, and other housing needs. And some of those services seem to be very ancillary to that. And I am concerned that providers did not totally understand that ancillary services that weren't directly addressing housing and homelessness would be funded in the community priority fund in this way. One of the things that I am surprised that we're not seeing in this, that I would like us then to look at in another way, is particularly around eviction prevention assistance. Wayne County just did this with ARPA money. I know this is not what we're talking about here. We've got all these different things, but Wayne County just did it. I think we need to think about something like that too. And it maybe comes in where we pulled the county American Rescue Plan Act funds, that 2A resolution. Maybe there needs to be some thought put into there and what we're doing about eviction prevention. The dockets in the county are full already with that. And boy, I just really can't help thinking, I just feel like I'm the harbinger of doom sometimes here, but yeah, thank you. But this is the tip of the iceberg of what we're going to be facing this winter. And I just want to see us get out in front of it a little bit. And so I was surprised that in addressing housing and homelessness, we didn't see anything about eviction prevention, and we didn't see more direct housing recommendations in this. So I will be happy to cogitate on this and percolate around with this a little bit more as we go forward, but there's certainly more work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Last comment I'm going to make, just to reiterate that administration is going to bring us back something. This is why we pulled it. We pulled it, I think, to try to avoid, even though it was helpful, I'm glad we had this discussion, but some of it was to avoid some of this so we would have a different recommendation. So we can work on it in the meantime. We're going to have something that's everybody's going to be happy with, or almost everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Administrator Doe, you look like you want to talk.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge the conversation this evening, and it should inform what we bring back to you all. So I see a lot of value in that component of it. I think there's some very difficult challenges that we have talked about related not only to the framework, but to the relationships that have been fostered over a number of years. At the end of the day, this is about making sure that we create the best decision-making framework for our community. And I think that's what you'll see when we bring this back to you guys.
Right, thank you. Anybody else, any last comments on this item? Okay, thank you, Ms. Asbury Payne, for your presentation and the conversation. Thank you, everybody, for the conversation. Moving on, I am looking for somebody to move the first reading resolutions. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move, what is that, 9-1, A, a resolution adopting cyber awareness training policy from information technology. 9-1, B, a resolution to authorize the above midpoint rehire of Alyssa Fountain as legal assistant from the prosecuting attorney. 9-1, C, a resolution approving the final budget for the Washtenaw County Health Department's fiscal year. 9-1, D, a resolution approving the Washtenaw County Health Department's 2022-2023 fiscal budget. 9-1, E, a resolution approving the Washtenaw County Community Mental Health 2022-2023 fiscal year budget. 9-1, F, a resolution approving the Washtenaw County Public Defender's Office 2022-2023 fiscal year budget. And we're pulling G, and that is the first reading resolutions.
Support.
Okay, does anybody want to pull any of those for separate consideration? Commissioner Machewski? Oh, okay, sorry. Any discussion then? Commissioner Morgan?
There, I didn't want to pull for separate consideration, but I do just want to raise the concern around the, let me see exactly which item it is here. I'm remembering. Let's see. The, resolution authorizing the exemption to the county's living wage ordinance for certain CMH providers. I just want to raise concern that we're still, I think, only asking for $10.50 an hour. And so I'm concerned that after these last few years, we've been giving exemptions. It troubles me that there's still are organizations that can't pay $10.50 an hour. I'm not advocating for voting no on it at this time because I know that there's more to it. But I think we've got to review that again at some point to understand what the heck is going on. Because at this point, there's been more money applied to that system from the state. It's never enough, but I'm just worried that it's still that low and we're having to approve exemptions still.
Had us in a single reading.
Oh, you're right. No, am I?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Please disregard.
Commissioner Scott.
Commissioner Morgan, that is something that I am currently, or was, and then we kind of stalled a little bit and hopefully we'll get restarted, but Deputy Administrator Diane Height and I have been working on, talking about what we can do about this and recognizing though that we don't want to put anybody out of business and the amount of money that these organizations get is not enough either, but that is something that, that I brought up here also and working with her on too, so.
Okay, thank you both.
Not on
Anyone else? Okay, and we are ready for a voice vote. All those in favor of aye, please, or I'm sorry. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against, please say nay. Okay, motions motion carries. I'm looking for someone to move the single reading motions, please. Section 3. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. The motions for single reading 3A, a resolution to adopt the Brownfield Plan for 220 North Park redevelopment project. 3B, a resolution authorizing the exemption to the county's living wage ordinance for certain CMH providers from admin. C, a resolution affirming the Board of Commissioners' commitment to continued negotiations and implementation of a new countywide classification and compensation system. D, a resolution recognizing the labor challenges in hiring and retaining talent in Washtenaw County. E, a resolution welcoming Ronell Johnson home to Washtenaw County. F, a resolution regarding the response to the discharge of hexavalent chromium into the Huron River by Tribar Manufacturing. G, a resolution setting the 2022 Washtenaw County millage rate for the Huron-Clinton Metropolitan Authority at 0.2070. And can I just move the approval of claims in there too? Approval of claims, a resolution authorizing the payment of claims commencing with the last previously approved claim and continuing through August 31st.
Do you support? Okay, does anybody, thank you. Does anybody want to remove any for separate consideration? Okay, any discussion?
Chair, if I may, to the MAG compensation study, there's three components to this. One, I want to acknowledge publicly that it's taken a long time for us to get here. And just to certainly, again, to acknowledge that this has been a long process. And I know that there are some concerns about how long it's taking, but there are two pieces to this that are critically important to the ongoing health of the organization. One, to make sure that we have a solid, sustainable funding strategy. So that has taken some of our time. And then second, as you all know, this is a mandatory subject of bargaining. So we have to move through and engage with our labor partners and agree on letters of understanding in order for this to move forward. So I just want to be clear with all of you that those are the connecting points to all of this. And to that final point, if the commissioners will indulge us for just a few moments, I do have Deputy Administrator Diane Height on the line. She is in sunny Arizona and wanted to provide you guys with really just a quick update on where we stand with those letters of agreement and the engagement with our labor partners. Deputy Administrator Height, are you on the line?
I am, Greg.
Thank you. Take it away.
I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you all tonight and to give an update as to where we are with MAG. We began this process back in 2018 with an RFP because what we wanted to do was we engaged a firm to conduct a countywide classification and compensation study. The intent of that study was to ensure that we developed a competitive classification and compensation structure, analyzing relevant market conditions and competitor organizations. That took a little bit of time. It is what we have referred to as MAG. And we, starting in the beginning of this year, after COVID had started we had moved through that. We did stall when COVID first hit in March, when it hit Michigan in March of 2020. We stalled a little bit, but in the beginning of this year, in 2022, we began educational sessions with a number of the bargaining units that we have since been negotiating with over the last number of months. So we did the educational sessions, and we are negotiating the actual classification plan. There is a component of that we are talking about longevity, and it's not getting rid of longevity. It's a matter of rolling it into base salary. And so it becomes a structural component in which all future increases would be, it would be factored according to that. We also wanted to move to a new pay plan, that a singular pay plan or universal pay plan across the organization. We currently have 13, 15, 16 different pay plans across the different bargaining units. We have 16 different collective bargaining units at this time. And we wanted to have a universal structure for equity and equity, fairness across the organization as we continue to implement and negotiate with our labor partners. And then the final piece to that was how do you move among the pay plans? So there's 4 components that we were looking at. Like I said, classification, longevity, the pay plans, and then the movement through the pay plans. Movement includes like across the board increases. What would somebody receive? What would employees receive as part of their anniversary or on their anniversary date? And then based on the financial health of the organization, providing an opportunity for the administrator in which to roll out, it'd probably be non-structural lump sum payments to the organization. We have engaged with a number of the units, the prosecutors and public defenders. They make up 4 of the units. TPOAM, we're very close to reaching an agreement with that unit as well, or those units as well, and they're out at the district court. Michigan Nurses Association was actually the first unit that we settled with a couple weeks ago when we rolled out a draft letter of understanding that they are reviewing at this point and hope to get back with us within the next week. We also have met with AFSCME Local 2733, which represents 5 of the bargaining units. And POAM and COAM, we have sent out the data to them and hope to get negotiating sessions set up in the very near future. The only one that we don't have a plan for yet is AFSCME Local 3052. And they have indicated to us that they don't wish to enter into MAG negotiations until their current collective bargaining agreement has been resolved. And just as a side note, we are moving into mediation on the current collective bargaining agreement. And that session will begin or the first session will begin September the 20th. There's nothing more than we want to do than to reach agreements with the unions, start the initial process. There's a number of phases to this process. The initial process is to adopt the classification plan, which again will be universal and utilized across both union, non-union alike across the county. And then begin to implement the universal pay plan and roll out salary increases, as well as there will be some non-structural lump sum payments as well that we hope to negotiate as part of this. So we have settled with the Nurses Association and then the 4 units of the prosecutors and public defenders. We're very close with the TPOAM, excuse me. And we continue to bargain currently with Local 2733, and POAM and COAM will be up next. So I hope that, Greg, I hope that provides you with what you were looking for.
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to make sure that the board knew where we were at with our negotiations, and as has been indicated a couple of times this evening, there's no higher priority than moving our MAC process through to completion. So I want to close by thanking the board for consideration of the resolution this evening. I think it is a logical and appropriate next step for us to make sure that we operationalize the compensation study.
Thank you. Okay, any other discussion of any of the resolutions in this set? Commissioner, sorry. Or questions? Commissioner Machewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to address item B, the living wage ordinance. It pains me that we have vendors and contractors that cannot meet the living wage ordinance. However, this is a system that is set up in a way that they can't. This is a Medicaid funded system. And the money that comes into CMH to operate this program, which to me is another fine example of the human services that we provide as a county, that comes from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. And they decide the rate. They have actuarial firms who go through very complicated administrative processes to come up with a rate. I will say that, in my day job, I work at a nonprofit that operates a Medicaid funded program for long-term services and supports. And we've been advocating for a 10% rate increase for the past couple of years, so that we can pay our vendor network a living wage, and that we can have a strong direct care workforce, that we can pay the social workers and nurses and clinicians that work in the system the wages that they should be paid. It's unfortunate because when you work in a system like CMH or in aging services, you can't just go and charge more for your service. You get funded by MDHHS through Medicaid. And, we're fortunate that the legislature and the state government has provided a premium wage increase. But I really think that the state should do that in a less cumbersome way, in a less administratively burdened way, to pass those dollars through. But, I very clearly will support the resolution, but we need to continue our advocacy. We need to continue working with GCSI to get the state to properly fund the Medicaid system to deliver these services. And I will say not only in CMH, but on the My Choice waiver side for older adults as well. So while it's, would love to see all of our vendors and contractors meet the living wage ordinance, and simply a system where the dollars just aren't there to do this work and at that level. But we need to get there, and we need to continue the advocacy to get there in this system, because there are so many people who are benefiting from this, and being able to live in the community, being able to contribute in ways that they wouldn't without this program. So that's all I have to say, but look forward to supporting this and hopefully continuing the advocacy to work to change the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders.
I'm just interested in knowing how many employees are we talking about that, are in this position to not receive fair pay? How many in our county are we talking about? And then, are we prohibited from providing support? Yeah.
We can provide that metric, but because of the Medicaid rules, I think we are prohibited from providing that support.
Okay, so one more question. We're prohibited from providing pay support. Are we prohibited from providing any other support that may help lift the burden from those employees? So if it's not pay, is there not anything else that we could do? Whether or not it's if they live here, being able to provide them with some sort of subsidy for housing, or I don't know what that looks like. I just wonder if there's not some way that we could creatively support them and not break the law.
Commissioner LaBarre has asked to speak.
Next year, Commissioner Sanders, those are great questions. And I think some of those we delved into in the past back in 2017 ahead of the millage vote. There was some vigorous debate and discussion about if we're going to ask for this millage, how do we answer the question around the wages we're paying the contracted workers? I think to your first question, I think it's something like 10 to 15 agencies that we contract with at, roughly 8 to 10 per agency. I can check with Trish. We can check with Trish. There's an answer there. The problem comes in two ways. One is the regulations around the Medicaid funding, making it in some ways, untouchable, that we can't supplement it directly on the front end. The other is that we are also part of a sub-region within the state with 3 other counties that we provide mental health services with. They chop the state up into 10 different sections, and we are in that one. We're the biggest fish in that pond, but that pond is relatively small. So anything that we do will impact our 3 neighbors and members there in that subsection. And that's you'll hear the jargon about our region. That's the region I'm referring to. We have explored in the past essentially tertiary benefits that we could provide. And Greg and Jason, I think we last looked into that in 2018 after the millage was passed. And while there was possible litigation from the contract providers, because we were still talking about how do we up that wage? And what those contract providers said to us is much what Commissioner Machewski said, you know, if you don't do this, you know, understand we are simply not going to be able to operate. And so you will not have physical bodies to provide these services because we're on this capitated Medicaid rate. When we did that last time, I think we got a quarter an hour more in a roundabout way, that I don't want to say it was insignificant. It wasn't. And I don't want to say it was important, but it's a process that I would not recommend we try and replicate because of how complex it was and because of how small a contribution it made at the end of the day. You know, I hesitate saying this, but one, this is a complex issue that I hope we will talk about more. Two, this is also a good time for me and I think Commissioner Scott and Jefferson to say thank you, by the way, for approving the CMH budget tonight, because they're on an October 1st fiscal year. So this is a lot of relief off their shoulders. The staff there are dedicated to trying to address this issue. But I think Commissioner Machewski is exactly right that truly it will require state legislation or federal supplement to do it in a meaningful way. So that's a word salad I've thrown at you, and I
So
apologize.
are we
for that.
lobbying though?
Say it again.
Are we lobbying within our district? Are we
Absolutely.
lobbying for
We are lobbying both for
change?
more direct funding from the state and actively lobbying and quietly, folks, having some success in preventing really terrible stuff from Mike Shirkey in the state Senate. We will continue to do that, and I strength to your arm, I will be there to help. But yes, I look forward to talking more. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Machewski and Commissioner Morgan.
I got off on a tangent there in my comments, but I did want to note that you didn't call on me, right? You were looking, okay. I just wanted to clarify, we had been advocating for a 10% increase on the aging side of Medicaid. Because as you've seen inflation at 8% more every month, right? We got cut 1.5% originally. And we had to spend 1.5 months advocating on this issue just to get a 0.8% increase for fiscal year 23. 0.8% increase. So, you know, I wanted to add that into the story. Although we're advocating for 10%, we got 0.8%. I don't, how, you know, Commissioner Labarge talked about a quarter an hour in a rate increase, right? You know, the vendor network is looking for dollars and dollars per hour. So while a quarter is something, it's not meeting the need that's out there in the direct care workforce and in the workforce of professionals in this field. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan.
Thanks, Chair. I was just gonna say, we pushed and pushed on this issue to the point of requiring higher wages, not even the full living wage, literally just $10.50 an hour, and offered everything we possibly could legally provide to the providers a couple years ago. And their answer was, no, thank you. We're going to sue you instead. They sued us. We won. We were successful in saying, fine, $10.50 an hour. But we have this exemption process in place because when we poured through the budgets of some of these organizations, essentially, I'm simplifying here, some of them truly can't pay it. But this was 2018. So that's my concern. That's 2018. By now, $10.50 an hour, they should be paying $10.50 an hour. And we're still giving exemptions to $10.50 an hour. We didn't raise that $10.50 at any point to say you need to pay $12 an hour now because it's been 4 years. We'll give you an exemption if you can't pay it, right? Here's what we expect. We haven't done that yet. So that's why we're not gonna solve that tonight. But we pushed it in every way, shape, and form, and even fought it in a lawsuit, and we were successful because we tried really hard to make sure that we're being fair to these folks providing these services. But I agree with you 100%. It is a troubling concern. But I do think we need to look at that 1050 and look at who's getting exemption for not being, I just want to make sure we're not being too lenient on
No,
that.
that's, so Chair Shank, that was part of my question, like, what can we do that's legal? That may not be the salary piece, but if we know that we've got, I don't know, 250 employees, is there any funding that we could provide where they, we're providing them with food subsidies or something that helps me? Because when you are in need of those services, as my family has been, we were fortunate enough to be able to put, a little cash in their pocket when they were servicing our loved one. Everybody is not able to do that, right? And so just imagine doing that backbreaking work. And that's all you get. That's all you can get. I just think it's abhorrent. Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner LeBar and then Commissioner Scott, unless Commissioner Scott, you haven't spoken yet on this topic, which
I
quite
just was
possible.
gonna say, just a point that these aren't our employees. Okay, all right, that's not, they're servicing our residents, right? So these are people that are doing work. I just want to make sure we understand that, and anybody watching understands, we are not paying people $10.50 an hour.
Thank you. Commissioner LeBar.
And related to that point, if folks are wondering, why are we exempting? The county's living wage ordinance has been in place, I think, since 2000. So for quite a while. When it was written and first implemented, we were 15 years away from reabsorbing CMH. And so that whole provider system that CMH operates was not a county function the way it is now when the living wage ordinance was written, and hence the waiver process. So, thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item?
Just that Deputy Administrator Height has reminded me that the exemption is to the living wage and not the $10.50 an hour. So.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. So, okay. Any other comments on other resolutions within this group? Okay, then I think we are ready for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Items passed.
Thank you. Next, a report from the county administrator.
Thank you, Chair. I know the hour is late. We have a short presentation on the second quarter budget update. We have our CFO, Tina Gavalier, and Catherine Jones, author, here to provide that update. We'll move through it as quickly as we can.
Here we go. Here, let's see, let's see. Oh, there it is. Oh, sorry. Wait.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Like Administrator Dill just said, I'll be presenting the second quarter budget update, so through June 30th of the current fiscal year. At a high level, currently the general fund is projecting a net shortfall of about $108,000 or $109,000. Total expenditures are projected at 135.4 million, and revenues are projected at $135.3 million. This does include, excuse me, this does include all of the budgeted uses of planned uses of fund balance in a total of $5.7 million that have been approved throughout the year. So when you include that, we really are more of a surplus in how that works. Also, in addition, the year-end projected fund balance is going to be about 47.3 million, which is 33.3% of fund balance. When we compare first quarter projections to second quarter projections, there has been a swing of about $7 million. The revenue projections have improved slightly, but expenditure projections have outpaced that improvement. And going into the largest sources of those changes, as we move through the year, we realized that our employer medical fringe rate was under projected for what claims were. So we had to increase that, which resulted in $2 million of costs. In addition, the board approved the Human Services Transition Grants, which is a $1.5 million use of fund balance. In addition, we also have the JAV system use of fund balance, skipping down the chart a little bit. And then we had $1.3 million, which was changes in personnel assumptions. This came from two different sources. So one, in the first quarter, finance under projected the fringe rates and longevity costs of a few departments, which was about $5 million, but also due to the delay in the compensation study, structural funds that we had anticipated spending earlier are likely not going to be spent. So that in this current fiscal year, so that nets out to about a $1.3 million increase. And then inflation has been impacting all of our departments, especially in fuel. Luckily, fuel rates have gone down, so we're anticipating that to get better as the year goes, but that's the largest changes we see. On the revenue side, this is the typical chart that we see. Our largest source of revenue is our general government, which is around 97 million, which is primarily property taxes, state revenue sharing, and then the state marijuana dollars. And then public safety and justice is next at 29.5 million. For the surpluses and shortfalls on the revenue side, again, a lot of these trends have continued from first quarter. We have a large surplus in civic infrastructure, which is driven by the clerk's office. And then we continue seeing revenue shortfalls in the trial court, district court, and sheriff's office. And then lastly, you see that $5.7 million under general government, which is those planned uses of fund balance that the board adopted throughout the year. I can list them all, but in the interest of time, if there are questions, I'm happy to go into them. On the expenditure side, again, we see public safety and justice being the biggest expenditure component at $96.6 million, followed by support services at 20.8, health and human services appropriations of 11.6, and we go down from there. Again, these are relatively around where we normally see them. And the sources of expenditure surpluses and shortfalls. So we have an overall expenditure surplus of, we have overall the central personal services surplus of $4.3 million, which is due primarily to that money we've reserved for the compensation study, but haven't yet implemented. We have a $1.1 million surplus in the sheriff's office, largely driven by vacancies, and the same situation in the trial court. When we net out all of the other department changes, there's not significant items. The fringe rate costs outside of the sheriff's office and the courts was about $700,000 of shortfall overall. From the non-general fund stands, the non-general fund statuses are all the same as they were first quarter. We see a surplus in building inspection, CMH, economic development, agriculture, and veterans relief. The child care fund, FOC, OSED, and prosecuting attorney CRP grants continue to be on budget. And then we continue to see a small shortfall in facilities, although it has improved over the first quarter and is covered by their fund balance. Health also has a small shortfall that's a little bit larger than their original budget, but has come down as their fiscal year has continued to be about 280,000. And again, there's fund balance available to cover that. And they're continuing to work to review their broad operations and COVID response to maximize other funding sources. And then MIDC continues a small shortfall, which is largely from the accounting side of the state pre-funding the program. Overall, they're operating in manner according with the plans. And then risk has a small shortfall just due to increased claims that we're continuing to monitor. For budget adjustments in the second quarter, we always report any adjustments between 25,000 and 100,000. For you all, we've only done one in the second quarter, which was just to appropriate some fund balance to IT, appropriate some funding to IT to rewrite the arraignments process software that was on base and was creating a security risk. And IT has begun working on that. Next steps, we're continuing to monitor the clerk revenues for property transactions, figuring out the structural versus one-time marijuana revenue as those programs and those dispensaries get up and running, trying to figure out what the real stable revenue sources will be. On the expenditure side, we're monitoring the general impact of inflation, fuel prices, supply chain issues that are creating issues for the fleet budget, and overall impact of personnel cost growth. Next steps, third quarter budget updates planned for November, year-end report, March or April. We're continuing, we talked back in August about our plans for BOC priority development. In the reaffirmation, we have completed our department line item review, and we are working on getting that presentation and those items ready for the October working session where we'll present the recommended budget with the public hearing on the budget in November and adoption in either November or December of this year. I know I rushed through all of that. So if there's any questions, happy to take them.
Thank you. Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Fantastic stuff, even though you went through it really quickly. It was still clear. For our viewers at home, could you talk a bit about why the public safety and justice budget out of general fund is so large? Because that's, I think, the thing we get the most questions about.
Sure. There's a few sources of that. So it does incorporate, the public safety and justice incorporates the sheriff's office as well as the trial court and district courts. The sheriff's office, that does also include the police services contracts where we pay deputies to provide the services, local townships provide that in revenue. So that is also a large component. Are there specific questions you normally?
No, I think that's helpful. I mean, because we'll continue to have conversations about that as we get into budget season. But thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Morgan.
Quick question, which is just on the shortfall in the sheriff's office and the district court. I was just curious where those shortfalls were coming from.
Yeah, let me get my more expansive talking. In the district court, there's a couple of sources of continued issues. And it's primarily reduced fees that are being assessed in cases, reduced caseload. It's a structural thing that's been going on for years. They do a lot, as much as they can to mitigate that, but there's not a lot they can do to generate more revenue unless you're increasing fines, and that's not really the route we want to go. So, and then caseloads we don't have a lot of control over. And then sheriff's office, there is a few different sources. So one of the big ones is they're currently PSU positions that have been authorized, but we don't have people to fill them. So therefore we can't charge the local units for that revenue. That's about $871,000. There is they received a MSHDA FEMA jail PPE grant that's budgeted at $773,000, but we think it's likely that they will only be able to get reimbursed for about $150,000 of that. That's something that we just found out that grant was extended, so we might be able to improve that. But it depends on what was eligible. And then civil division revenue for activities that used to be done and continue to be budgeted because we haven't identified an expenditure change that would offset that civil division revenue.
What is civil division revenue? Pardon my ignorance here.
It's what it used to, so there used to be a civil division of the sheriff's office. It was pre my time, so maybe Tina can help me out. Thank you.
Do help and assist with foreclosures and what have you. So as that activity has declined and the treasurer's office does activities to mitigate that, to keep that from happening. Therefore, the sheriff's office isn't doing those activities. So we don't have really the expenditures and the revenue to offset it. We have tried in budget development, in working with each department to try to really reflect true revenues, but in order to reflect true revenues in the recommended budget, we would need an expenditure offset. So that's where the conversations kind of have remained. Does that help?
Very much. Awesome. Interesting. Fascinating. Thank you so much.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, I think we'll just say thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And thank you, Chair. That will conclude my report.
Okay, thank you. I have no report tonight. Are there items for current or future discussion, please? Seeing none, pending items, there are none. Then I'm looking for a motion to adjourn to the next
So moved.
session. All right, thank you, everybody. I hope you have a good rest of your night and a good couple weeks till we see you again.